Hey, good afternoon, guys. Good afternoon. This is Spirit Journey. Hope you all are doing well. Today is Saturday. Yes, good afternoon, Saturday. It is May 14th, 2022, and the time is now 4:59 p.m. Let me just turn the slide off. Yeah. Uh, yeah. I'm gonna do an interesting um, show today. Yes. Good afternoon. Hi. And you know it's hot right now. It is hot out. In here, it's 79 degrees inside this place. I feel like I'm boiling right now. Um, I went out early today with my dogs. I left my place real early, and I was like in the late 50s, and it was pretty good. But now it's hot. Yes, we're going to have an early, and I think a very hot summer. And with that, be careful, people. Yes, good afternoon. I see people are coming on slowly but surely. Yes, and I invite you all to say hello in the chat room so I know who I'm talking to. Yes, um, I have some interesting content that I want to share with you guys. Um, I have my monitor in front of me, so um, I'm going to be. The format is like yesterday's. I showed you things uh, on the internet. Um, I'm going to, so I have to like recap a little bit about some of the things that I talked about. Well, basically, I'm going to talk about. Let me just say this. Um, I found a video, well, a movie trailer, a couple of minutes, well, earlier today, and I said, "Wow," because the movie trailer, it's a movie, a sci-fi movie in an African country. I think it was Zimbabwe, and I just saw the trailer of it, and wow! And so that um, movie trailer is kind of like um, influencing me to, inspire me to do this live stream because the movie trailer, is just reinforcing what I think is going on. There are different things happening all at once. Um, there's things that are happening here. So I'm going to show you the little movie trailer clip. And then I'm going to talk about uh, the Chinese in Africa. Now, I have heard that from other black YouTubers about China and Africa. And again, I will be discussing a little bit about that. And again, my talking about China in Africa, it is not a condemnation on all I mean, all Chinese people. I enjoy meeting people from China and in particular East Asia in general. So I'm not an anti-Chinese, but I am anti-communism and anti, exploiting peoples. That's what I'm against, not the people. There's a difference between, because here in New York City you have uh, uh, Chinese that are living here protesting at the Chinese consulate about the abuses uh, that's happening in China with a particular religious group. They do like this special meditation thing, and the communist regime in China is persecuting them. So they go, this religious group, they protest across the street from uh, the consulate there, Chinese consulate here in New York City. So not, all Chinese are in favor of the communist government. So my making mention about people from China is not against the people, but against some of the things that are happening. Okay, I just want to make that clear. So I will be showing you uh, two snippets of what African people are experiencing regarding China in Africa. And um, this morning, this one clip I wanted to show you, this American man that I've been watching. He's a Christian guy, and but he does like uh, numbers. He analyzes numbers, and that's what I watch him for. Not for his religious content, but numbers, and how he's able to look at a situation, a political situation, and see the occult behind what's going on. And so I'll show you him, and he is warning about to prepare for this summer. He thinks something may be brewing in June, and June is just next month. I can't believe that it's May 14 already. It's halfway in the month. It seems like just started. Okay, so now that I got those familiarities out the way, I want to show you. Okay, I have here. Let me just clip on the tabs. Okay, so what I'm going to show you now is the movie trailer. Okay, let me turn the camera here. Okay. Okay, now, so the name of this, okay, this is called The Signal. It is the official trailer, Zimbabwe's first sci-fi film, I'm sorry, Zimbabwe's first sci-fi film, excuse me. Freudian slip there, I said a hit. Okay, this is by Daniel Lasker. Okay, that's who uploaded this. And so I'm going to, say up front, about, okay, this is for Fair Use Act, because it's I'm going to be talking, this is to educate and commentary, okay? So I'm going to be sharing just snippets of this. I'm going to show the trailer, and then snippets of other YouTube videos for educational purposes and commentaries. Okay, let me just play it now. I'll make the screen big. Okay, this is in Zimbabwe.
Bathi befika umhlaba wethu wahle watshintsha. Manje sokuyasala abaqinileyo ngosevanye.
Okay. So, what was that all about? Let me just click on here. Let's see here. You know what that is? That's a portal. That's a portal. When you see things like that, so what it looks like, that movie is saying that these entities, pestilence, okay, and they enter through that portal. And so when I saw that, I said, whoa. Wow. And then I saw, okay, so you understand what I'm saying. So this movie is a trailer. This is a movie trailer. It didn't come out yet, but it's going to come out soon. Okay, the video, okay, was just, they just uploaded this yesterday. Okay, this is May 13. And over there has 12,000 plus, almost 13,000 views. And as you see here, it's the 14th. Okay? So I'm just documenting things. See, when you see one thing, a lot of times it triggers other things. And that's what's happening with me doing these videos. I might hear something or someone say something, and then it links in with something else. Everything is tied to everything else. So summer is around the corner, and this movie is preparing you for something. And what may that be? So that's where the start of this live stream is going to rest upon, that this this is like the zombie apocalypse in Africa is to really represent what may be happening in your black town in America. Okay, so let me show you this. Okay, now this video, okay, I showed you a snippet of this one. I found the actual video and I took it. Okay, now this video is by Project Camelot. Okay, but someone else aired her stuff. This YouTuber, Esoteric Library. Okay, they uploaded this woman's work. Her name is Kerry Cassidy. Okay, she interviews people regarding like secret projects, what do you call it, whistleblowers, things like that. And I showed you part of this video before, but I want to show it again because see, because this video I'll be talking about different snippets, and I want to try to bring them all together, what it's about, and it's really a warning for within the, for the black community. It's to warn us. So this one, Kerry is, let me make it bigger. This woman is interviewing two men. And the two men, what they call super soldiers, as I mentioned in two videos ago, I talked about this. But I feel that so, I don't want to keep on like referring to a past video. Just show you the snippet so you know what I'm referring to. She's interviewing two guys. They're super soldiers, and what they call super soldiers in the general population. The truther movement, and one of them in particular is going to mention something about black people. So I want to share you that.
You're aware, like, because in a sense, as super soldiers, you report to somebody. And so you also have to know who you don't report to, who the enemy is, if you will. How do you recognize the enemy in a scenario such as we've got here on Earth, where, in essence, we're approaching what is in essence a one world government, but there's definitely areas where they're more loyal to, let's say, if you want to call it the Zionist faction.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if that actually is the split you're making, because I do see what you're talking about, but I get a feeling that at times they're working together. So it's really confusing. But what I'm asking is, in essence, is how do you tell who the good guys are, from your point of view?
Okay, well,
what I would consider a good guy is not who you would consider.
True. In essence, the super soldiers are bred to kill, so there's always an enemy.
But
there always has to be an enemy. The enemy. Okay, well, the enemy now is they're instigating a race war in America, and that's they're socially engineering it for a race war against blacks and whites.
Can I just put on pause for a second? This video was made in 2014. 2014. It is now 2022. So this is a while ago, and this person is mentioning something that is happening now. Okay? So this man has privy to information because of his line of work. And he was asked a provocative question about the good guy and bad guys out there. And through his perspective, what do you think who is? So this is his response. I'll continue.
Because they're trying to reduce the population, so they're targeting blacks in America as the first group. And it's an extension of what was going on in Africa with depopulating the blacks in Africa with engineered AIDS and things like that. So they're engineering social situations in America now, and then that group is being currently targeted, the blacks in America. And there's a lot of race issues being brought into the media, like Obama is talking about, let's talk about race. In the media, a lot of things are focusing on race to get people's mindsets geared up for that. And in essence, it's a continuation of social engineering programs from Haight-Ashbury in the 60s in San Francisco. The Manson family, the Charles Manson murders, and he was programmed at China Lake for the social engineering. Charles Manson was talking about Helter Skelter, and which was a race war, an apocalyptic race war in America between blacks and whites.
With the Beatles triggering.
Yeah, and the
music.
Beatles triggered that, the Helter Skelter song, and then that was the Manson murders were supposed to trigger that, and that was the Helter Skelter race war was supposed to start in Haight-Ashbury, the hippie colony in San Francisco.
At the moment, that actually sounds sort of passe in a sense. It doesn't. Of course, I live in LA,
Okay.
and it just doesn't seem realistic.
Okay, I thought he was going to say something else after that. But that's pretty much. So you hear that. Again, this is uploaded. This person uploaded it then. Okay, March 8, 2021. But the interview was done. Okay, but you see here, the interview is the 19th of May, 2013, okay? But this person uploaded it last year, okay? So sometimes people take other people's videos and they upload it in their channel. Yeah, and also this woman here, Kerry Cassidy, her channel was pulled from YouTube. So it's good that some YouTubers were able to take, download the person's video and upload it back on. It seemed like they don't allow her to they pulled her channel, but they're not pulling the channel of people who have her work and have uploaded it. Okay, so it could be a blessing in disguise when someone downloads your videos, because YouTube may pull your channel and your work only survives through YouTubers who might be researchers like yourself, and they thought it was important enough to download it and share it. Okay, so as you see, you have the zombie, the zombie, see even white people, okay, see that? All these zombie people, and it's coming out, this movie is coming out. Probably it's going to come out, let me see where, let me turn around. I want to find out when the movie is coming out. I assume the movie is going to come out in the summer, because it's getting warm. It's May already. A lot of colleges, the students will be taking finals around this time. Okay. Yeah, finals are around this time. Let me type in. Okay, the signal. Interesting, it's called the signal. What signal? See, there's tones. There's probably tones and things like that. It's to trigger you. Let me keep typing in. Let's see. The signal. Let's see. Oh, there was a 2014 film. Oh. Interesting. I'm just going through it. Okay, I'm going to put down The Signal 2022. Let's see here. This signal. Okay. Here's The Signal, short 2022. Let's say a deadly sound transmitted from space known as the signal corrupts the mind of all who hear it, turning them into soulless demons under its control. Filming locations: Bulawayo, Zimbabwe. Wasn't that movie like, what's that, They Live? Remember the movie They Live that came out in the 1980s? There was a signal that was being broadcast, and the signal sets like an overlay over, like they had, let me just find that. Let's see. Oh, I forgot, almost forgot. I have to find out when it's going to be aired. Okay, let me just, okay, let me see when it's going to be. Okay. Okay, I'm trying to see when it's going to come out. Wow, there's 7 movies with the same title. Interesting. Okay. Post-production. When's it coming out? Let me see here. Let me click on this. Trailer, developer conference. No, that's not it. Okay, the signal movie trailer. Put that in. Movie trailer. Okay. One day ago. Wow. Let's see. Movie trailers. Let's see. Let's see if that's it. Let's see. No, that's not it. Movie trailers. Oh, where's this now? That's boy, where is this? Wow, isn't that something? I can't find anything here when the movie's gonna come out. So if anyone finds out where it's coming out, when it's coming out, let me know. Wow. Okay, so I can't find where when it's coming out, the movie. But if I find out, I'll let you guys know. And if you find out before me, just write in the comment section and share that information. But interesting, again, the movie They Live. Let me see. Let me type that one in. Yeah, they used to show it on YouTube. They Live movie. Yeah, came out in 1988. Okay, let me see if there's a movie trailer. Oh, okay. I'll let me show this so you know what I'm talking about.
This is the Easy Bar.
Oops. The one of those commercials I had to mute it. Okay. Okay. Let me show you that. This is I'm going to show you a clip from the movie They Live. Okay. Things are similar. Okay, this movie came out. Okay. Okay, this person uploaded the clip here. Joe Blow movie clips. Okay. He uploaded it on August 25, 2019. Okay, so this is what he uploaded. And this is for fair use. The Fair Use Act for education commentary purposes. You know. So let me show you this. Yeah, this came out a long time ago. Blow it up. Wow. Uh-oh. You see that? Wow. Heads up. We detected copyrighted audio and video in your stream. Your stream may be temporarily blocked. Uh-oh. Okay. You see that? Oh my goodness. Okay. So I won't do that anymore. Interesting. Okay, so I won't show it. Look at that. See, they don't want you to know. You see that on the bottom? I don't know if you see it. I just got a prompt on my screen. Okay, I won't show that. See, they don't want you to know. They don't want you to know. The movie They Live, see? It's called They Live. Wow. I don't know whether you can see it on my screen. But they just warned me. It says, your stream may be temporarily blocked. Copyrighted audio and video in your stream. Your stream may be temporarily blocked. Okay, so I won't show that. I won't show that. So people, so wow. Look at that. Oops. Let me put it back on. Okay. Yeah, they just warned me. It's on it still right now. Heads up, we've detected copyrighted audio and video in your stream. Your stream may be temporarily blocked. People, let me know. Could you still see me? Put a 1 for yes if you can still see me and hear me. I had to turn that thing off. Yeah. It only took a couple of seconds and boom, it's on the bottom of my screen. So when you do a live stream, what if you're walking outside and like sometimes music is playing, right? I don't get this test. The card, okay. Test, okay. Test. That means, oh yes, okay. Okay, I'm glad that you can hear me. Okay, thank you. See that was just for a short clip. People they have other little snippets on YouTube on the movie They Live. They used to play the whole movie on YouTube. That's how I saw it. I saw it several times. Someone had told me about it. Hey, such and such movie. Yeah, there was, but see now, that movie came out in 1988, and here's 2022, and what's happening in that movie in 1988. The movie foresaw sometime around now when that event is going to happen, and basically with the movie They Live, a signal, hear that? And the movie's coming out, movie trailer that I just showed you a moment ago called The Signal, is also indicating that this frequency is going to be put upon people and it's going to influence them. It's going to influence what they see. And the movie I just showed you with the guy with the glasses are means to see through the signal that's being that's being put upon the people. When you put the glasses on, it lets you see what's really behind what you see. They want you to see beyond what they want you to see. And so when he puts the glasses on, he sees what's reality, and you're also able to see what some people look. Let me show you that. Let me see. I got to show you the zombie. I got to show you that. They live. Okay. Yeah, I want to show what the people look like. See, they don't want you to see. See, sometimes people make movies because it's actually to prepare you for when it comes. Let me see. I have to put it on. Let me see.
I've travelled all over, telling folks that.
I have to put on mute. I have to put it on mute. Okay, some ad that's on. Okay. Oh, wait a minute. Let's see. Okay, I can at least show you that. I put it like a still photo. Okay. You see, let me make it bigger. So see what the guy looks like? It looks like a skeletal person, right? When that guy puts on the glasses that you just saw, he can see that some people are monsters. When you take the glasses off, they look like everybody else. But when you put the glasses on, they look like this guy. You see that? A monster. You see? Put a 1 for yes if you see. You understand? And you see what was the sign behind him? It says obey. Obey. Okay? See this, everything, everything's really related. So I'm showing you this because it's to prepare me and to prepare you for what's going on. Boy, see, I hope they don't pull this video. The signal is still on. I mean, there's writing on my screen. Yeah. So again, that movie, They Live, came out in 1988. YouTube pulled that video, I guess, because you can't find it on YouTube. And here, I just showed you a little snippet of it, and boom, on my video. It says copyrighted audio and video. Even though I have this thing that says fair use. It's fair use for me to use commentary and just a snippet. Okay. So let me pull that off now. Yeah, so that movie, They Live, the movie, the Signal, which will be coming out sometime soon, and it's timely that it's happening. And so I just also showed you about the super soldiers, and that they're using social engineering to facilitate. They're trying to instigate a race war. But I say don't fall for it. Yeah, these are just some of my notes here. Okay. Okay, I'm going to see here. Yeah, so now I want to show you something else. Let me press on this. This is on the same thread here. This is another YouTuber. Let me show you him. Now he has good work here. I respect his work. This is his name. Franchot Pearson. That's actually his name. And I'm new to his channel. I'm new to his work. He's a Christian guy, but he's into numbers. I'm interested in his work regarding numbers. He is interested in the behind the scene, what's going on behind the scenes with what you see in the news, and through a Christian perspective, a prophecy perspective, is how he sees the world through his lens. And he notices that there's numbers, that a lot of things that happen has a numerical value. That's his keyword, numerical value. Okay? He has a numerical value. And so he's saying in this video, some things happening start of June, a question mark. Okay, so I'm going to just show you, what he says here, just a snippet.
All controlled. Now in 525:22, what black man, right? You have to ask yourself, why is a black man out there in a house with a gun? At this point, 2 years past this situation, don't you think we would know better not to have some altercation where the police are going to arrive to risk your life? And also, other people get shot, but why is it only us that catch national news? You ever ask yourself that question?
Uh-huh.
And how is it that police officers in America are still making the same mistake? Hold up, hands up, and we still shooting and killing people. The police haven't learned anything yet? I don't believe the story, people. Come on, man. Then they say he was 29 years old. You might not believe this, but flip it. If you flip the 2 9s, right? 29, that's 2 6s. 6 6. Not a stretch, watch this. Now, you want to see who the lawyer is involved in this that they got working? I'm gonna show you something. The same lawyer who's at every other Lee Merritt, every other black shooting in America. I've said this in other videos. They can't find no other lawyers on the planet. Every time you turn around, it's this guy and the other guy, the bald head guy, forgot his name. Does that not smell? Come on, man. Same lawyer. And I forgot to say it.
Yeah, watch it.
What color tie he got on? This was in the news feed. It's purple. He's got a purple tie being interviewed with this thing that just happened this week. Right? The guy was shot to death in October of last year, but the interview was taking place today, a few days ago. He got on a purple tie. Phoenician.
Yeah, he studies this guy Franchot. He notices that people who are I guess you could call them initiates, that they wear certain colors. You'll see certain numbers appear, you know, and so with the colors with him, they either wear purple or what they call Phoenician blue. And the numbers that you see repeat itself is the number 6 or 66 or 666. And he studies these numbers, you know. Let me see here. Yeah, but he gives a warning, okay, at the 249 marker. Here, let me see here. Let me see if I can find it here.
Everyone under the sound of my voice to ask yourself. I'd say prepare for the worst. Store food and supplies. Don't spend unnecessary money if you don't have to. Just be wise and pray. The Spirit of God will lead you.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to get. He said that around the 240 something marker, you know. See there, yeah, in the beginning he gives a warning. So when I saw this video, you know, I saw this video this morning. Okay. So here, the warning, I saw this today. Let's see when it was aired. Yeah. Oh, okay, this was uploaded yesterday. See that May 13th of this year, 2022. And it's May 14 now. Okay, so when I saw this yesterday, yeah, I think it was yesterday, not today. But I saw, what was that, this, oh, he looks spooky. Let me change that. That's a portal. Yeah, but I saw this just a moment ago before I did this live stream about the signal, the official trailer to a video, a sci-fi film that's filmed in Zimbabwe. And I only found out about it because I was curious about Zimbabwe. So I went on YouTube and just typed in the word Zimbabwe. See there? Yeah, I was just being curious. And I typed in the word Zimbabwe. And these are some of the things that I found. So I did, you know, I queued it. I did a queue of it, of that and other videos. Just take a peek of what about the country Zimbabwe, which is in Africa. Let me show you where Zimbabwe is. Let me click it. Oops. Okay. Zimbabwe is right there. See that? Oops, my mistake, wait a minute. Oh, that's Zambia, I'm sorry. Where'd it go? Where'd it go now? Zimbabwe. Okay, Zambia. Where does the Zimbabwe go? Oh, okay, right inside there, I think. Yeah, okay. Zambia is on top, and Zimbabwe is this country there. Okay, So Southern. Okay, let me turn the camera. Okay. Okay, yeah, because sometimes we're not, my geography and stuff, you know, I like to see things, I'm very visual. Okay. So you're going to see that certain things, themes, keep attracting itself. Okay, just see where was I going now with this. Okay. So again, I just show you Franchot Pearson, the black YouTuber, the guy with the bald head, and he's interested in you know the Book of Revelation, you know, about the Christ coming, and you know the war, you know, the Antichrist and all that. That's his focus, but he has a specialty with numbers, and so his work is pretty good. And so he gives a warning about something with June, you know, next month. And so already, I didn't even hear about that shooting, and he makes reference to someone that's in his house, you know, a man is in his home or something, and he comes out, he doesn't have any weapons in his hand, and they shoot him. So I didn't hear that one yet. So he feels that they're trying to instigate, trying to get people wild up. So right now it's May and it's hot already. It's 79 degrees in this apartment. I feel like I'm sweating. It's really hot, and summer's not even here yet, and the weather's starting to really pick up the heat. And when the heat gets going, people, at least New Yorkers, a lot of poor black people go outside because their apartments are too hot. And so they go outside to just socialize, and that's when a lot of mayhem could happen, / bang bang, you know. Okay, let me show you something else. Yeah, so now I'm going to really start talking about what's happening in Africa. Yeah, I was exposed to this yesterday, and I thought I was going to do the video then, but I got distracted. But yeah, so for the first time now, you know, this year so far, I've been focusing a lot on watching videos about different countries in Africa. I wasn't taught about Africa in school, and I'm interested in learning more about it, and I want to visit the continent. So you only know what you see or hear or what people tell you, right? But see, now I'm actively looking it up for myself. So now I'm getting, like according to what you watch, YouTube's algorithms will almost like customize what it will show you. And so now I'm getting videos, recommendations from YouTube on Africa. And so I found this video, and I want to share it with you. This is very important because it's really, let me turn on this light. It's getting, it's getting darker in this room, and I can't see my little notes, my sticky notes. Don't do that. My little doggy is scratching the bottom. Okay. Yeah, this will be important because it's talking about the mindset of people. The U.S. was no, don't scratch that. Sorry, my little doggy. Yeah, see, the U.S. and all of the Americas, many of us have a mindset. We were brainwashed to think certain ways about ourselves, about being a black person, a so-called black person, or colored person, or melanated person. No matter what you call it, it's the programming. I definitely have been programmed all my life, and I'm trying to break through. And so even native-born Africans are being given the same program that they're not anything, that they're to be servants to certain people. And so I want to show you this, what's happening. Oh, this light is hot. Okay, I'm gonna show you this video. Okay. Okay, okay, let's see. Okay, this YouTuber, he's a big YouTuber. His name is Wode Maya, and see, he has a large following of over 1 million subscribers. He's a West African guy, and he did a video it's a while ago. See, wow, also in May. Okay, this was uploaded May 29 of 2020. So it's early COVID time. And he entitled it, Why Zambia is Officially a Chinese Colony. Now, I did a video in the past about China and with regard to Canada, that China is taking over Canada. And then what happens in Canada, our northern neighbor here in the US, is going to happen here. But it's also happening in Africa, the continent of Africa. So this is him. And he's going to be mentioning certain events that are happening, things that came to his attention. Now, this guy's specialty, Maya, that's his name, he tours around the continent of Africa. He goes around Africa and he promotes Africa. He promotes the people of Africa, and almost like an ambassador. And he wants to show the good side of Africa, to highlight the positive things that could happen, because we always see the bad things, right? So he wants to go to Africa as an African man and promote the goodness of Africa. But this is coming to his attention, and so he wants to share with his fellow people around the continent. So let me share with you. And you know another thing I noticed, not all Africans are equal. Not all Africans are equal. It's something else, and I say that for a reason. We are all special people, but as you see that all of Africa is not being affected the same way. That's what I mean. It doesn't. What happens in the north, let's say North Africa, may not be what's really happening in the south, or sub-Saharan Africa. There are different things that influence them, and one thing is post-colonialism. So let me play a little snippet of him. He's going to talk about this event that happened in Zambia. Zambia also is a country in the southern part of Africa. Okay, so let me play it. Let me make it bigger and play a little snippet of it. Okay, this is about the 628 marker. Yeah, I'm going to show you two markers on him. Okay, let me play a little snippet.
Down the restaurant. He also shut down a barbering salon in Lusaka, which does not offer services to Zambians living in their own country.
Okay, what he just said, well, you have to just stop it for a few seconds. Okay, he does have a heavy accent. He speaks in English, but his accent's a little different than mine. But what he was just saying there, just real quick, that in the country of Zambia, you have foreigners that start businesses, and they don't want to serve you, and they don't want to do your hair. You go to barber, and they tell you, we don't do your hair. In their own country, in Africa, in this country, in some countries, they don't want to do black people's hair. Yet you're a guest in their country. That's what he's talking about there. Let me go back a little. Let me just go back a little bit more. Okay. Yeah, let me just go a little more.
Shut down the restaurant. He also shut down a barbering salon in Lusaka, which does not offer services to Zambians living in their own country. But one thing that he did that made me feel so proud of him was this one.
I'm the mayor of Lusaka. Okay. Your workers have called me that you don't allow them to go home. So I want to find out why you kept them for 2 weeks. And we've seen where they sleep. Why is that so? Why don't you allow them to knock off?
No, we're not allow them to go home because you know the corona issue.
The corona issue?
Yes, we need to take care of them and the family, you know.
How about their wives? Who take care of their wives? Don't you know it's wrong to stigmatize? You understand the word stigmatize? Someone who's not sick and to keep them against their will. What happens if somebody knocks off?
What do you mean?
If somebody goes, what will you do to them?
Well, knock off.
Yeah.
No. Before we do that, we discuss with our employees. Yes. Yeah.
And they signed.
Every say
Yes.
we agree because we up their salary.
Did you get that approval from the Minister of Labour?
We are getting funded from our manager. It's coming.
Did you get consent from the Minister of Labour? Anyway, it's illegal. Stop it. This corona came from where? It came from Wuhan, isn't it? From China. So between you and them, who is more likely to bring coronavirus to this environment?
The corona issue now is not.
Corona started in China, Wuhan. And in Zambia it came through Pakistan to here. Between you from China and the Zambian guy who works here from Garden Compound, who is more likely to bring coronavirus in this factory?
First, the two cases not from China. They're from France or from where?
Which one?
The first two cases.
And the first case in the world was from where?
Oh, you mean Zambia?
The whole world.
Oh, yeah, that is from. But
that's from where? You finished the sentence from where?
Yeah, America. Before that, maybe it's they already, but they don't. They haven't to show the world.
The World Health Organization say the first case of coronavirus was coming from which country?
This I know. I don't know that.
I put it to you. It came from China, where you come from. It came from Wuhan. Stop it. It's slavery. You can't force somebody to leave their family and their wives and you lock them up in there. The way they are sleeping, there's no social distance. You put 6 people in one container. If one of them has it, they'll give it to the rest of the people there. It's wrong. It's slavery. Slavery is finished in the world before you were born. Now you are bringing that slavery to get an adult to work for you and leave their family by force. And before they would whip them if they leave the field where they were planting cocoa and sugarcane. That's what you are doing.
This is not the matter.
Okay, you see that? Okay, it's kind of hard to understand their voice, but in short, that was the mayor. Let me see. This man here is the mayor of that country, of that town, and in Zambia. And because the mayor was notified by individuals who were being forced to stay in a room and that they can't leave. So he went to investigate. Isn't that a nice mayor? He went to investigate. He wasn't just getting in their business. He was notified and was asked for help. So he personally came down to investigate. He interviewed the people. And so he's confronting the guy from China. Confronting him. Isn't that how things should work? You go investigate and then you confront the person who's doing something, okay? Then that's the first stream. Okay, there's another snippet from this video at the 12:33 marker. Let me move. Okay, let me go here. Okay, I forget what's at this part here. Oh, this is the apology. That guy, the mayor, had to apologize. Let me show you this.
The Jen Mayor. What? How? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I made it, must have gone too far. 12:30. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, I have 12, okay. Okay, wait a minute, let me just go a little bit. Sorry about that. Yeah, he's speaking his native language, and then, let me go. Okay, let me start here. Okay, so the mayor is going to be
Was really
speaking.
disturbing.
Statement by Miles Bwadia Samba, the mayor of Lusaka, dated today, 27th May 2020, Wednesday. I wish to review events of last week and over the weekend as regards my monitoring and conduct towards some business houses. I accept my error in judgment of physically going to the business premises instead of engaging relevant offices and institutions. I can give guidance, but actual execution of revoking trading licenses for any trader or business house that may be found wanting or in breach of any law of the land need to be done by relevant offices and institutions. Above said, I wish to apologize unreservedly to the following. One, the Chinese community in the city of Lusaka and beyond for the tone and language used towards one of their nationals, in particular on the use of the word Chinaman.
Okay. 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 Now that's the same guy. The guy that you saw with the mask on, wearing that outfit, he's the mayor. And he's forced to apologize. See, he's wearing his nice suit, business suit. He's the mayor of that town, Lusaka. And he was summoned to go to investigate possible criminal activity. And when he did his job, I feel as a leader of that community, I guess his superiors were notified, and they were told he was told this guy was ordered to give an apology. And what's weird is that the apology was done was televised. He had to apologize on television. It was televised. This apology, you know, it's more to the apology. I'm just showing a little snippet, you know. So he, as a mayor, had to give a formal apology, and it goes on and on, the apology, and it's well written, and he's reading from that script, and most likely, I wasn't there, but I could speculate, people. I could speculate what happened. This is an African man in his African country, and he's the mayor of that town, and he was summoned because 6 workers were held, almost like held out of their, you know, it was not their will to be locked in this room. 6 to a container, as he mentioned in the video. 6 people in a container. And this is during early COVID. Okay, this is in May of 2020 in Africa. And the COVID was brought there to that part of Africa from Asia. From Asia. And he has to apologize for exposing slavery being done upon some of the workers there for that Chinese company. It was not about to insult the race of China. It was the event of holding people hostage in a room and they cannot leave. And as you heard the guy saying, hey, that's considered slavery. And to force them to stay in a room and that they forbid them to see family. And it's being done in his country. This man, this is the mayor of this town in this city in Zambia called Lusaka. So so what it sounds like, the man that was being reprimanded, let me find him here. He gets offended, evidently. Looks like, he's offended, and he's pretending he doesn't know where the COVID came from his country. And he says, oh, I don't know where it came from. Sure he does. Okay? But what happened now? He's going to play dumb, but evidently he must have, I'm speculating, he or maybe someone that he knows notified African officials and ordered the black fellow, that he's the mayor. He's the mayor of Lusaka in Zambia, that's in Africa. And he gets reprimanded. They're finding him wrong. And that he had to make a public apology on television. And again, I think this is alarming, people, when you cannot fight for people in your own country and that other foreign nationals have more rights than you. There are some foreign nationals that have more rights than the legal residences of that community. This guy must have a lot of power, or rich friends that are connected with the Zambian government. And the Zambian government, I can only speculate, is ordering the black mayor to apologize. Now, this is happening, this discussion of the Chinese company and the mayor was done in private. This is done on the premises. It looks like it's he's visiting the company, and that's why he's wearing that outfit, that green outfit. Maybe it's see that what he's wearing. Okay, so I assume for him to go there, he has to wear something. I don't know. That looks like a uniform. Okay, so to get into the company, he has to put on this uniform or something. I'm just speculating. And so it's done in private. This wasn't televised, but someone's filming. I don't know who's filming, but it gets found out that this mayor came to you can see the Chinese writing or something behind him. So most likely it's the company. And he's interviewing, he's just having discussion, a very strong discussion with one of the individuals. And then somebody. Where's that? Where is that now? I think he's brave. I admire him. Okay. So this guy might have powerful friends, and that he could get away with it, and force the mayor to apologize. So it's like he's a boy. They're treating the black mayor like a boy. So this person, I'm speculating, I don't know, someone was protecting his interests, and it seems like why I'm sharing this is because, see, I'm sensing something that what happens in some countries, in this place, this happened 2 years ago in Zambia. This event, this meeting, but things are happening now, and that freedom. And they also talked about that okay, that's in another video, but it shows that that there's a trend. People in some countries in Africa do not have the same rights, and that some of the businesses that are being brought there from Asia and Europe are mistreating the indigenous people of the land that they go into, and that they're not, as you heard in this one, they don't do their hair. You can't go in their businesses, and they will, if like hair salons, whether it's a barber or a hair salon, that they won't do your hair. You know, I share that in particular because I went to cosmetologists. Let me turn around the camera. Yeah. Why that's important? In America, I went to cosmetology school. I love shampoos and body creams, things like that. I love toiletries. Always liked toiletries. And I had a friend that went into the hair industry. She went to school and became a hairstylist. And I decided to try it out. This was in 1987. It was a school in New Jersey. It was a school that it's like a trade school, and people, you know, in lieu of instead of going to college, you could learn a little trade, and it's designed for young people who don't want to go to college, just want to learn a little trade and then, you know, get a job right away. And so that school was in Jersey City, New Jersey, and you could pay as you go. And so I thought that's a good option, and so I started to go. And when I initially entered the school in 1987, I was the only black person in that classroom. Most of the people there were Italians. You did have one Polish girl, but in general, in the hair industry, in the 1980s, there were Italians that did it. And I went to the school, and I decided I was there I was going part-time. I needed 1,000 hours, and I would go part-time because I had to work, and then after school I would go there. After work I would go to the beauty school part-time. And on days where I didn't work, then I'll go to, you know, took a full session for that day. But either way, I decided for myself, well, I thought I was going to have fun. But it's a lot of racism in the beauty field. And to get a license, you know, you have to take a test to become a licensed cosmetologist or beautician. It's a test you have to take, and they include certain, you know, techniques with if you're going to apply hair color or a hair relaxer, or perm. You have to demonstrate that you can do this, or even shaving too. So on paper and in the test, you have to know how to do hair relaxers. So if you have curly hair and you get, they supposed to know how to do it. But it's a lot of racism. And yes, they use the N-word in that classroom. It was a woman from Portugal, and right in front of me. And she was complaining about if she, now Portugal, they have, this girl had very thick hair. And so if she is to get a perm on her texture type of hair, her hair would look like an afro. Okay, rather than like those little curly things that you see, girls with straight, naturally straight, silky texture hair, getting a hair perm, it's just going to be like little ringlets or something. But this girl from Portugal, her hair would look more like an afro. And so she said the N-word, oh, I don't want to look like the N-word. And I talked to her on the side, I talked to her after that, So this atmosphere like that, and they don't want to, they really weren't going to really show you black hair care. And I also had the opportunity during that time, I had gotten a little job on the side in a beauty salon. And I got in doing nails. Back then you didn't need a license to do nails. So I wanted to get my feet wet to see what the field was like. So I entered in doing nails and then doing shampoos there. And so I can see what it's like. And it's a lot of racism. Yeah, I was working in what they call a white salon. It was here in the city. And I worked for 2 different salons. And it was not a very good experience. They didn't want me working there, and they were complaining about me. And I lost my job. So I continued going to school, and I went away on vacation the end of that year. I started school like in February. December I went away on vacation, and when I came back I said, I had enough. I felt that to be exposed to racism in the field and not know how to not be really trained how to do black people's hair, but because of my race, I would be required to basically just do black people, and people are going to see me and going to expect that I know how to do black hair care, but yet the school's not really teaching black hair care. I know just as much as those white girls there, school-wise. We go to the same schools. The only difference is that I have this type of hair and I have to learn how to do my own hair. They're not teaching me how to do my own hair, really. And so I felt that I would be lying to my customers and that they so I know how to do it, and I really don't, because they really didn't train how to do it. So I left. And so here in Africa, you have people from, as I mentioned, in Asia and Europe who are starting businesses in Africa, and they are refusing to do your hair. I said, well, I got to talk about this. I have to talk about this. This is very important. It's important. So here, that was in 1987 with me. It's 2022. And the same foolishness is how they really feel about you, about black people. They don't want to touch you. They don't want anything to do with you. And even in Africa. Okay, so let me show you another video. It's how they really feel. Okay, I think this is the last one here. Let me show you. Okay, I don't want to miss, I hate when I miss something. Okay, this last video, okay, I want to show you a little snippet. And this video I think is important because, let me show you. Because it's showing you that what's happening with the mindset of the people in this town. Again, this is Zambia also, the capital, the same city, Lusaka, Zambia. That's the capital of that country, Lusaka. And let me show you here. Okay. This girl to the right, I forget where she was born, but she lived in Europe. And she also lived in Canada. The last place she lived before she moved back to Africa, what was that now? She felt led to go there. Yeah, she lived all over the world, this one here. And she's being interviewed, and this is the wife of the guy that's taking the video. They have a channel, okay, and it's called Unapologetic Nomads, and they're living in Zambia. And so they had this was a live stream that was done, and she shared, she's about 25 years old, and she has a house, and she's a mom, she's married, and she's a mother. And she shares some of her experiences. And yeah, this video is called From Canada to Build a House. From Canada to Building a House in Lusaka, Zambia. Racism in the West and Cost of Living. Okay, that's what the video is called. And this was aired, let me see. When was this aired? Oh, I don't see when it was aired, but I think this is a new video. Okay. I think this is new. I'm not sure. But she shares her experience, and I want to show you about what's. She's presented a question, the young woman, about what do you think is the real issue, what's happening in Zambia. And this is through her perspective. And the girl hit it on the head. And I'm almost embarrassed about it because this is what I suffered from. Let me make the screen big. And I'm going to play the snippet.
Like for the average Joe, Zambian brother or sister out here, what is it that Zambians need the most?
I think the thing that Zambians need the most is probably jobs. The thing is that there's a lot of people going to universities and getting these degrees, and a lot of youth with no jobs. And I think that's one of the biggest things that they would need. But the thing is that I'm not somebody who advocates for jobs. I advocate for entrepreneurship, yes, owning your own business, and that's not very common here. And that's why a lot of foreign people are dominating it. We have a lot of Arabs, we have a lot of Caucasian people, a lot of Indians. They're dominating in those areas because they know that Zambians are not business owners, they're workers, and they take advantage of that. And I've tried to encourage a lot of people to say, hey, even if you went and got a degree, you could try to start up your little business and grow from there, because it's not that much that you need. See what I'm saying? You could easily start like selling some like cakes or something, and you'll make a killing of it. I know a few of my, like there's a Zambian YouTuber, her Instagram is like, her YouTube is Ivy Millars. She's a YouTuber, but she also bakes cakes. And so she's making money off of baking cakes and cupcakes. You see what I'm saying? Like, you should never feel like you're above doing certain things. And I think the thing that's killing Zambian youth is the fact that once they get a degree, they feel like they're above doing certain jobs or like starting a business that would make them better than they are. So they'd rather sleep at home for the next 5 years until they find a job as an accountant. Mind you, during that 5-year period, you could have made a lot of money doing something that would make like. And the thing is that we have a lot of farmland. Zambian youth don't want to be farmers. You see what I'm saying? We have a lot of farmland. Zambian youth don't want to be farmers, but a lot of the farmers that are in Zambia are South African white farmers.
Hear that?
They're dominating in the chicken farming, so all the chicken that we have out here, it's from them. The vegetables, most of it is from them and stuff. So like, I feel like the thing that they need is ideas to be business owners and be taught to be business owners. Because you can teach somebody to go to school, and like the thing is that traditional learning is not for everybody.
Right.
And so because they emphasize on traditional learning, we're literally like in Zambia, we're probably like 100 years behind in a sense of understanding that you could own something. See what I'm saying? Even land, Zambians are selling a lot of their land to foreign people, and then they complain about white people taking over or Arabs or Indians, but you're selling everything. You're selling everything. Like if you go to Kamala, Kamala was given by one of our presidents to Zambians to own that place for free so that they would own businesses. What did they do? They sold the entire Kamala to Indians. It's owned by Indians. If you go to Kamala and there were apartments above those stores, meaning you have no rent and you have a store. But they ended up selling everything to the Indians, and the Indians have dominated Zambia. Everywhere you go, they own either a shop, even because we have in Zambia you drink borehole water. So a borehole is basically them digging into the ground, and then you being able.
Okay, it's just going on. Okay, this is important because yeah, I saw that video yesterday, and I was shook up. I was very upset upon seeing this video with this young woman. She's a young woman about 25, married with children. She had a house recently built. She bought land and the house on it, and she wants to start a business. She wanted to get land. What's happening? She hit on the head. What she hit on the head was that the people, the indigenous people there on that land, were programmed, just like I was programmed, to think that you can't start a business. That you're trained to be a worker / slave / servant. That's your mindset, and that was my mindset. My mindset was, I gotta find a job. I had no concept that I could actually start a job. That was not in my vocabulary, my mindset. So a lot of us black folk here in America, in particular, we're not taught that we have our own businesses. We're always pushed we're always maneuvered to work like in a confined area on behalf of somebody else. The inner city is a resource for white people to tap into to make money off of us. So we will assist them in doing certain tasks for their behalf. It's not to benefit your community. We're not being trained to think that, hey, let's start our own enterprise, our own community. Everything you see within a black community in the United States of America is really confined. Even in neighborhoods, you have what you call black suburbs, homeowners. But even still, I lived in a residential area, but I wasn't trained to think that I could have my own business. But like, oh, okay, let's do the veneer and go to college, okay? But you have to wait, you have to wait until you can find a job. Like you go out and try to look for work. What if you don't find work right away? So you got a fancy degree and no work. And I don't know anything about starting a business. I'm not business minded. And even in Africa, they're not being trained to be business minded. But you have people, let me turn the lights, it's getting dark in the room. But you have people that are coming to Africa. And maybe what country they're coming from, maybe they're not doing all that great, but they have a tenacity. Maybe they're on the bottom of the barrel in their country, business-wise. Asia is a lot of people. China, India have, they make up 1/5 of the world's population. So out of 1 billion plus, and China has 1.4 billion people. And then India has just a few million less. But almost the same amount. They have close to 1.4 billion, but China has a little bit over 1.4 billion people. You take 1% of 1.4 billion, you do the math. So let's say that 1% that's just straggling in India or China. You say, hey, we're struggling here in India or China, but hey, let's go to Africa, because those people there, they're just bred to just think, I want a job, I want to look for a job. So they're able to buy, some of these other countries have money to buy their way into the country, start a business, right? They may be giving money to officials, so that, like the video I showed you with the black mayor from that town in Zambia, who had to make a public apology to a man whose practices were very suspicious, that he was preventing people to leave, and it seemed like slavery. So even though he was working, the African guy, black African guy, the mayor, was summoned to go there to investigate. He wasn't trying to dig up a problem. He was summoned there, and he found it to be warranted, and reprimanded the guy for his practices. It wasn't about him as an Asian. It was about his practices. It's different between race and practice. I'm not talking about race. I'm talking about the practice of individual corporations, businesses that are operating in Africa. And they're exploiting the workers there. He said, as he said, slavery ended. You can't do this. And he was ordered, most likely, I speculate, he was ordered by officials that are higher than him, ordered him to make a public apology on television, even though what happened behind doors, but he had to publicly, televise an apology to a man a foreigner in his country. This is telling. So so it seems that the black people are being subjugated by foreigners. And I think that is a big problem. there are no jobs for these young people because they're not being groomed to be leaders, to be entrepreneurs. But you notice though, when you do have people who are being groomed to become something big, you notice they don't marry the people from their community. A lot of times. But the black guy that Maya, who has 1 million plus subscribers, he married a black African woman. So I commend him. So he's promoting Africa, the continent, and his success on YouTube. Maya, and so I commend him that he cares, and people should marry who they want. Marry who you want to marry. That is your choice and freedom. But what the trend seems to show, oftentimes when you do well in Africa, sometimes many times, they don't marry their own. They don't marry another African. They marry outside of their race or the continent, and they lose their identity. Okay, and when you lose your identity, it hurts you. It could hurt you, I should say, and it hurts you in different ways because see, you may not perceive yourself as a black person anymore because you're mixed with something else. Or let's say you might be raised in another country, and so maybe the way that you think, culturally, is from another culture other than where you came from. And so in your head, you might think you're something else, or maybe your genetics, your phenotype looks kind of like something else. But to the world, you're just another black person. And they're going to treat you like a black person. And they're going to try to humiliate you. And when you think you can move into certain neighborhoods or go to certain schools, it's going to keep on, you're going to experience what they call racism. You're being treated a certain way just because of what you look like. Your what we call it, national origin. It's going to kick in. So even though your national origin might be one thing, but your socialize or you're culturalized in another group. And that's what my problem was. It was a big problem. A very extremely big problem on my experience. And I want to be honest about it, So you have to prepare your children. And so that this young woman that I was just showing you, the black woman, here she was raised in Europe. Her parents moved around a lot. And she said she experienced, they made her feel that she didn't belong. The last place she lived was Canada. And she was married at that time. She was just getting married. And she just felt, she heard a lot of the news happening in America. And I guess she felt out of place living in Canada. I mean, Canada is known to be a very friendly country, but it does have racism. I've met people personally that lived there, and she was half white and half Jamaican, black Jamaican, and she experienced racism in Canada. She was a very light-skinned woman, very, very light-skinned, but they knew she was of black heritage, and they mistreated her. So I think sometimes being a mixed race gives you a false sense of security. Being a mixed race is a false sense of security, thinking that you'll be accepted, and life will show you the true colors of the people. See, again, it's about perception. You perceive yourself as one way, but whites, Asians, Arabs may not, they see you how you don't want to see yourself. And so this young woman that I was just showing you, she felt that she had enough, and she wanted to raise her two little, her children with her husband, and to go back to Africa. And but here now, she's learning. Even though she's doing better. She has her own home, but she's seeing that around her, you have new businesses from people from other part of the world, and they are subjugating and dominating the land. They also mentioned the same video. And again, I want to remind you what video I'm referring to. This video with the girl, let me put the, yeah, this is an important video. Let me move it up. Where'd it go? Yeah, this is an important video if you can find it. Okay. From Canada to building a house in Lusaka, Zambia, racism in the West and cost of living. Yeah, by these people, unapologetic nomads. Take a look at their channel. This video. This is an important video, I think. It's a long video, 1 hour and 37 minutes and 35 seconds. It's important because through her perspective, okay, she lived all over the world. She lived in Finland. She lived in Canada, and she also lived briefly in other countries around the world. I don't know what her parents do, but she gets through her perspective now repatriating back to Africa. Her parents are from Africa. Her parents are African, but they traveled, and she was raised outside of Africa, and now she's coming back to Africa to raise her children. She wants her children. Let me turn the camera. Yeah, she wants her children. She wants to raise her children to be, leaders. I mean, not leaders, to business owners. See, also what I'm learning is that, it's not the college degree. Yeah, I have a college degree. I have my master's degree, and it didn't do anything for me. It's not the paper, it's what connections. I learned a lot by watching this video, and I'm almost embarrassed at the truth that is exposed in this video, and how thinking on my life. See, in America, they want to teach you, at least how I felt I was being trained, that you just get a college degree and everything will happen for you. But life, things happen, and I couldn't finish college right away. I had to look for work. And I was just going back and forth with work and school. And when I finally had the opportunity that I could just get my degree, I truly thought that it would be the magic pill and we resolved all my problems. Part of my problem is that that a college degree is just a piece of paper. That you need a plan. And I think college really isn't designed for Black people in mind. Are there Black people that have college degrees that do very well? You bet. You bet. But usually a lot of these people, some of these people may be initiates. They may be part of a sorority or a fraternity. And so when you're working, when you're involved in that system, because if you belong to that system of fraternities or sororities, you have some protection and you are part of the system. And so you might be able to do better and move up the ladder. But if, let's say, you're not of that, are you going to do as well? What about the stress being on these jobs? When you talk to a lot of Black people out, talk to a lot of black people here in America. They're stressed out. They're stressed. I was stressed. It's really not made for you. I know a woman, a very honorable woman, and I feel for her day. She did okay. I mean, not a rich person, but she had to take care of. She was a divorcee. She had to take care of kids by herself. But she managed to save up money to get to live in a co-op or a co-op, and it was a clean building, and it was safe for her kids, because where they lived before, they lived in a very dangerous neighborhood in Brooklyn, very dangerous, and but the kids did relatively well, the older children. So and they went to college, but yeah. So it did. So she. Oh, okay. I almost forgot the point of mentioning her. She worked for this company for a very long time, and something happened. She needed help. You'll hear this a lot in businesses in the United States. They put a lot of the jobs that they give black people, they put a lot of stress on them. They have them do a lot of work to handle a lot of responsibilities, but not necessarily the pay. But you're responsible for a lot of things. And then you ask for help, to get help, assistance. And they say no. And she was working for this company for a very long time. Now this is a very honorable woman, work hard. She's diligent. She's there. She's a worker. Okay, I like the black woman there. You're there to be a worker, not a business owner. Okay, you're a worker / servant / slave. And this woman is old school, and she's bred and raised to be a servant of the system. She asked for help. So even though she proved her value for the company, they never gave her help. And she was angry. She said, I've been here for many, many years. I'm going to take an early retirement. So she retired. She put in her paperwork to retire. And then she retired. She left the company. And then they notified her for something, And then she finds out that the job that she did, they had many people doing her work, but they still needed more. They still needed more work. High CDL, yeah, but they still needed more help. The white people that had to fill in for the job, her job, because she retired, were complaining that they need help. And so they notified the person I know, hey, could you help us out? We need help here. See that? She was angry. Angry. She's not the only black person that told me that. Yeah, when you ask around, when you talk to other black people, men or women, they say pretty much the same thing. When they ask for help, and she's a very light-skinned black person. So again, your complexion does not, doesn't protect you really, because they're still going to target you, and they're going to still expect you to do all the work. They don't respect you. She's just there to do the job. But they give whites and other ethnic people, non-black people, when they complain and ask for help, they get it. But they don't do that for you. They don't give you the same courtesy, because how they really feel about you. So that's why I'm sharing these videos, because I need you to wake up. I want to make sure I got everything here. You're not training I mean, I'm not trying to reprimand you. I'm talking to myself also. We're not training our black children to be thinkers and business minded, to start your own business. You're being trained to serve. Cut that out. You serve yourself. If you're going to serve somebody, serve yourself. A lot of the videos here that I see with black people, you know what a lot of black videos talk about? What a lot of black men on YouTube talk about? A fucking pyramid. And ancient this and that and the pyramid. What is that? Is that going to put food on your table? You talk about something about 50,000 years ago. What does that have to do with now? People. You're living in La La Land. La La Land. Is life about those pyramids? You are being thrown under the bus. You have people going to Africa, buying up the land, and then they, what they said that video, that you can't live next door to them. You have areas where these people from Asia live that are moving into Africa. They will refuse to do your hair, black people, and that you can't live in their neighborhoods. They tell you can't live here in your own native land. People, wake up and stop looking at those foolish videos about the pyramids, that the Egyptians are black. Who cares? Who cares what their race is? People, wake up. Am I speaking truth or what? Am I speaking the truth? Is that putting food on your table? That girl said, Arabs, which usually mean from North Africa and the Arabian Peninsula in general, when they say Arab, that's who they really mean. Asia, South Asia, and East Asia. They're coming in and they're taking over the valuable land there. They start businesses there. Here, getting an egg. A white person from South Africa is bringing in the little chickens to lay those eggs. It's not African. The people who supply the food are foreigners. Don't you think that they could put something in that food? Genetic engineering. What did I say the other day with the super soldiers that I told you about? Those guys? You watch it. Let me show you that one again, in case you forget. In case you forget, let me show you again. Remember that guy that I showed you? This interview was done, This interview was done in 2013. Kerry Cassidy, that woman on Project Camelot. Yeah, they pulled her channel from YouTube. And this is somebody else who had got a copy of one of her videos and uploaded it for her. I mean, not necessarily for her, but uploaded a video of hers. And this is one of the guys who is in the Super Soldier program, and he had access to information, and he was sharing in this interview. Okay, that's the name of the video. Project Camelot interviews Michael Prince and Max Spears, Super Soldier 19/5/13. So that's May 19th, 2013. Okay. He was one of the super soldiers. Watch this video also. Watch this one. He gives information about the agenda to try to form a race war. Okay? Yeah, he, excuse me. Yeah. I had an opportunity. I shared this too before. I used to live in the Caribbean as well. And what's happened in the Caribbean, I lived in the United States Virgin Islands of St. Thomas. And, what's happening now? I'm sorry, I hate when that happens. Yeah, the people there, there's, okay, I remember. The land there is beautiful. But the people, like some of the people that had shared with me, like they built a lot of resorts in the Caribbean. And what are those resorts, people? These are places where you get pampered, right? Who usually goes to those resorts? I mean, maybe now it's getting more affordable for other people. I don't like the idea of a resort. Specifically because what it reminds me of slavery. It reminds me of you have to kiss somebody's behind and make them feel good, but you don't get anything out of it really. That's what it reminds you of. When you watch videos, commercials about resorts, what do you usually see? You see someone with white skin, right? Getting a massage with a dark-skinned hand, right? Look again. Or someone serving them a drink. Who do you see holding the drink and who do you see receiving the drink? Start looking. This is part of the program that they're doing against people of color. And it's mentally programming you to not receive, but to be a giver. And when I first landed in St. Thomas, I and another woman went to one of the local restaurants to get some food, and the black woman that was served didn't want to serve us, didn't want to help me. We ordered, and then I asked for a condiment. When she came back, I asked her, could you hot sauce and pepper or something? And she yelled at me. Would she do that to a white person? Because she's not conditioned to serve black people. But she's going to kiss the ass of a white person it wouldn't have been an issue. I only called her once. Because she had left before I can tell her. So when she came back to the table, I asked her for some condiment. And she started yelling at me. See that? She's not conditioned to serve you. She doesn't want to serve you. But she's conditioned to serve other races, light-skinned races. And this is in the U.S. Virgin Islands that's owned by the U.S. What happened there? Large corporations are coming into certain communities in St. Thomas, and they're selling their land to these corporations, and they think, well, I got money now. You find the blacks there are short-sighted. Most of us are short-sighted. They wiggle a little money, and we've never seen that kind of money before. It's pennies in their eyes. And then they sell it, and then they build the company builds a resort or something. And again, these places are really for other races. It's not for the locals. You got, I mean, if you have money, sure you can go there. But how many people that got that kind of money? So it's really setting you up for failure. Blacks in the West Indies or Hispanics in the West Indies. You're losing your land from these large corporations, and now you have China coming into the picture, buying land in Africa, and I heard that there's connections in the Caribbean as well. And so what happens? You're a black person, you sold your land, you got a little bit of pocket money, but the people bought it now, built on it, and getting the millions of dollars, and then you're going to have to beg them, or your children have to beg that company for a job. And now you are like a slave to that business, because not everything is being service oriented. You have the owner, and then you have the servants who are employees of the company. And some of these companies could get so big that they run the show, and they can pay off the government, just like with the African guy. Let me show you again. Let me show you. There we go. Come on. Why isn't it showing? See, that's not showing. That is so weird. I'm trying to show you the guy again. Come on, what's going on? Okay. Remember what I mentioned. Remember the black guy? The mayor of Lusaka, Zambia? This is the mayor. You know, he has the mask on and a uniform on top, like a over. It looks like an overall. He's in their company or something. Okay, remember he came by because someone notified him that these workers were being held hostage / slave. So he went to help these people out. He wasn't against the the race of the people, them being Chinese. He was notified that these slave practices were being done in his town. So he went to investigate. That it's not their country anymore. It's not their country anymore. Let me get the gun again. Okay. These people are controlling the politics. The corporation is running the show. The corporation is running the show in some countries in Africa. So when you do try to help the local people or the people that are employed by these people, they're stopped. And then they are humiliated. Let me show you this. And so he has to go on national TV and apologize. And that's what this, you see here. That's the same guy, but he's in a business suit. Okay, and he's making an official apology on television, humiliating this guy. That country is being bought. Zambia. Why Zambia is officially a Chinese colony in question mark? Zambia. This man has no power in his own country. Oops, sorry. He has no power in his own country. The West Indies. They're buying companies, they're buying land, and then the people become the new slaves / servants. You become the new servant. And then they don't respect you. They don't respect you. I was shocked to know this. Again, I just saw the video yesterday with the lady, the married lady with kids, who returned to Africa to live. The black people, the young black people, they are being set up like here. There's no difference. Yeah, they're racing to college. One of the African countries, Botswana, they get free education from kindergarten to their doctorate. Botswana. Free education. Doesn't that sound nice? To your doctorate. They'll pay for your doctorate for free. I think it was Botswana. That's in southern Africa. But you know what? What I'm sensing now, see, I thought, wow, free education. But what they're not doing, they're not teaching them how to have jobs. How to create a job. They're creating robots. They're creating robots. See, that I got fooled like them. I was fooled also, so I gotta get my degree. I was being trained to be a high-class robot. A robot. Waiting for someone to hand me something. Yeah, I did start a business. But it failed. I didn't have the tenacity and the knowledge how to run it. These are the people that's coming into Africa. They have the knowledge, or at least enough tenacity and backing to thrive. You have a population now who got a college degree, as the girl was saying. They're being encouraged to get their college degree to maybe be an accountant or something. But who's going to hire them? These Chinese people, or Arab, or Indian, to be a servant for their company. So they're an intelligent servant. They're not being programmed to be self-starters, to form a business. I'm embarrassed. I hope you guys are listening to what I'm saying. Yeah, and if you can download this video, because see, that message that's on my screen that I'm looking now, that message is still there, that they may temporarily block, might block the stream. Do you guys still hear me out there? Just type a 1 for yes if you're still. I just want to make sure that everything is going on. Yeah, if you could, even upload this video, because I'm concerned that they might pull it, because that message is on the bottom of my phone. This is a phone that I'm using to live stream this, and it's still there. Wow. Yeah. I'm a high-class servant, a college degree, but I don't know anything about business. And they don't want you to know how to run a business, how to start one, how to run one. Yes, I did legally start a business. I had an LLC. Because I had gone to college. It's like a year before I was to complete it. I discovered certain things. They did a change in the curriculum. I mean, I graduated from it, but there was something else that was to change, and it would affect me. It was something that would affect me. What was that now? Oh, okay. Again, two things are mixed up. I'm required to do an internship and I didn't qualify for the internship. But yet they accepted me in the program. I didn't know that I wasn't going to qualify. I thought it was based on my graduate school studies, but it wasn't. It was for the undergraduate. And so if I would have known that, I would not have gone in. Without getting the internship, then you can't get take the test for the what do you call it, to get your license. Yeah, you need a license for nutrition, and also, like, if you don't have that license, to get, to when you start your business, and a lot of people pay by their insurance company, but the insurance company won't utilize you if you don't have your license to do that. So you're going to be limited. So either you have a business that'll be cash only, but a lot of people aren't going to do cash up front, and so it was costing me money. So I had to officially end the company. Yeah, and it's a whole process. Yeah, starting a legal business in New York, it's a big process. I had an LLC in New York. You need one document helps you get another document, and so on to get like a business account at the bank. You have to get your tax ID number, and then you have to do your taxes quarterly. It's a whole process, and it's overwhelmed. I was overwhelmed, and then equipment breaks. Yeah, I wanted to do it here. I said, hey, I remember. I needed the internship, but I wasn't eligible for. It turned out I wasn't eligible for the internship. My grades weren't competitive enough. And it's interesting who's getting into the programs. They're not people like myself. In the program, you had primarily, the school I went to was heavily Orthodox Jewish and Asians. They were entering in the program. The school is right next to a West Indian neighborhood. One half of the neighborhood is Jewish, Orthodox Jews, the other half is West Indian. This is in Brooklyn. But the people who are getting into the internships are not people that look like me. They're not black people. I felt very confident that I was going to get in, until when I went through the process to get in, and I didn't get in. So again, and then they changed the rules. When I graduated from the program, I just thought, okay, let me just maybe have a job, create a job for myself in it. But I was discovering different things, and I tried to get a job in some of the hospitals. Well, they changed the rules. I got in doing volunteer work, and I was hoping that they would later hire me. That's what I was promised. They said in September, we're having some, we're trying to get this new budget, and we would like to hire you then. I believed her, and she wanted to utilize my free labor there. And to make a long story short, after 9 months of doing volunteer work for them, my work there was my volunteer work was to end, and I did have a conversation with her. And I asked her about, I thought that they were going to hire me, according to her. She says, we can't hire you because you don't have your license. So I said, well, when did that come into play? She said, they changed the rules. To get a job here, entry-level job here, you need your license. So I said, well, when was that? She says, 2 years ago. So I said, but I didn't let on. Well, if that's 2 years ago and I'm there for 9 months, hello, people. She knew she couldn't hire me. And the school never said anything about the change of the requirement, unless the lady was just lying to me. And she was from another country. And unfortunately, she was from the West Indies. But so an incident happened. I don't want to share what happened, but an incident happened, and I think it was she was protecting her friend, and so she let me go, even though I was just a volunteer. She was an employee there. And see, again, people protect their own. Here, I'm an American woman, and many of the people there were not American. They had 2 Americans there, and everybody else foreign born. But they don't protect you. And the rules could change. This is very important, people. Yeah, I share this because because I don't want to hide, but I feel, why hide the truth? Let people know so you can make an intelligent decision for your life to teach your children. What happened to me could happen to anybody, actually. It's not just black people. It could happen to anyone. But in particular, this happened to me, and happened to a lot of us. That you can enter into a program, get accepted, the school get all your money, and they know that certain things are going to be changed, and they're going to change the requirement. The requirement was changed. I mean, at least when you graduate, and this is just an entry-level job. Required a license to work there. But to get the license, you need to get into the internship program, but it's not designed for you to enter. Anybody can change the rules. So you think, hey, you just need a college degree. They can change the rules on you like me. And I said, I had enough of this field. I had enough. I said, just do something else. And that's what you can do in life. When one thing fails, just try to do something else. And after all, you have to really start analyzing what's really going on. We're born into a system. I'm born into something. I'm born into a scenario. Things are happening on the screen. A lot of things happen to us. And it's like you're in a fishbowl, and you're being told what to do. Your parents or your society say, okay, you're going to do this and this and this, and you do it. But you may not come out a winner in it, because you're part of a system, and that system, like in Africa, is to brainwash the masses of us to become worker bees and not management, or not owners. How these people in Africa, how they benefit is that they become owners of businesses. They become owners. And when these businesses become so large, they become like governments. And they can order the actual government of that land and tell them what to do. Isn't that what, in essence, what's his name, Bill Gates was doing? He became so influential. He had such a large monopoly. And now he's buying land. He's a middle-aged guy. What does he need? Just retire. But he has a plan. Don't you think these other people, they got planned too for Africa? And with the super soldier that I just showed you, what he mentioned, that they want to encourage black people to move back to Africa so that they could socially engineer them and later to dispose of them. Remember? Have all these black Americans, West Indians, whatever, go back to Africa. They already got our DNA samples from that pandemic. Remember, they were taking things and putting it up in the nose. They're getting your DNA sample. Bring them back to Africa. Do ethnic cleansing. Removing the black present. You can remove them and get all those other people from Asia and Europe to work. Don't you notice in the U.S.? Don't you notice in the U.S. who do you see opening up all these businesses, thriving businesses? And who do you see on the street? They're setting up North America, New York. Let me just say specific, because I lived here in New York, so let me just talk about New York. They want to remove a certain segment of New York. You're going to have the businesses or the techie, high-tech people, with computers and things like that. They're getting them from Asia. They're going to use the Hispanics that they get from Mexico, south of the border, to do the physical labor, to work in the restaurants, to clean and all that. And black America, they're booting you out. They're going to try to do another race war thing, according to, again, this fellow. So I'm trying to put in the dots. Where's that guy? This one again. So I'm trying to put the pieces together. This guy. He studies numbers and how the New World Order, how they speak in code. His work is very interesting. That's his name, Francois Pearson. His work is very interesting, and this is one of his later videos. This was yesterday's. It says something happening start of June in question marks. What did they want to start in June? He thinks the race war is coming up to the 25th. It'll be the second anniversary of that guy being murdered. The guy that they put his knee on his neck and killed him. They want to try to trigger another race war. So he's warning us. This just came out yesterday. See that? The date? June is next month. June is next month. And he's warning us that they're trying to set up certain scenarios. They want to set up certain scenarios. Here, big cities like here. He mentioned something that happened just a couple of days ago. I haven't heard it yet. Yeah, basically my routine, I go out, do my walks with my dogs, and just come straight home. I don't want to be bothered out there. If I don't have to, I don't want to be bothered. And it's getting hot. Yeah, I don't do well in the heat anymore. I don't like the heat. I start to feel weak. Yeah, I was never like this. That's what age does. It can make you dizzy, the heat. Yeah, I'm not as. I used to love hot weather, but now, at least New York City, it's not that good. But yeah, so series of events are to be triggered. Is to set you up, and so place like New York City, their plan is to. They're only using blacks here to do the violence, to get triggered, just like in that move that zombie that zombie thing I showed you about what it called, The Signal, the African movie that was at Zimbabwe. But yet I can't find on the internet what day they're going to show the movie. But I would imagine be soon. But what happened? People are being triggered in big cities, and why Africa? Why Africa? So again, the super soldiers mentioned that they want to bring black people, you know, the diaspora, and bring them back to Africa, then cause some type of riot or something, and also use get the DNA, you know, through genetics. And they already acquired our genetics when they did the thing in the nose for the past 2 years, or I should say 1.5 years. They make a bioweapon against you that is ethnic or racial specific and wipe you out. And also, he said, which was real controversial, to have you sold to extraterrestrial races. Isn't that a hot one, people? Isn't that a hot? It sounds crazy. It sounds crazy. But I think he's right. He was right about the thing about the race war. And the video was done in 2013, not even 2013. And all this stuff was happening, and it's 2022. He was accurate. So we have to stop being handicapped. If you have young children, rather than having them watch videos, you know, or play the games, maybe have them watch videos on how to start a business. How to start a business. Maybe to you know, things on about marketing or management, so it can run the business. I'm too old. I don't want to start a business now. I'm 59 years old. I'm tired. I want to take care of my health. That's important. As you get older, your health is very important to you. Always, if you're a young person, still take care of your health so you can enjoy your money when you retire. You want to enjoy your money when you retire. So don't go partying, drinking all that alcohol and damage your liver. Don't do that. Don't do that. And live a simple life. See, they sent these videos that you see, the music videos in particular. And the videos attract a lot of women to watch it. And they wear all these fancy outfits. They're training you to be a consumer. They're training you to get your hair done with these long weaves. Don't you notice a lot of those black women got missing hair? Jada Pinkett, right? Jada Pinkett, the actress, who now sports a bald head, right? Right? Ladies, start doing your own head. Stop combing your own hair. Stop wearing those people. You know how those Asians are getting all that money? You buy their products. You make them rich. And then they go into your neighborhood and then they buy up stuff and you become their slave. They mistreat you. They are taught to me. Oh, I almost forgot. Why this is hitting close to home to me. Yeah, this is also very important. Almost forgot. This is very important, we're going to say now. Again, I'm not promoting hatred against anyone just because of their race. I am not promoting that, and that's not what this channel is about. It's about awareness, because anyone could be a victim of a situation. And I'm always about warning people. And yet sometimes you warn people and things could backfire. But I'm about warning people. How you want to handle it is how you want to handle it. But I at least share you my experiences, and you do the rest. This other thing is very close. Now, I've always gone to Asian businesses. I liked Chinese fast food. I like my chicken and broccoli and rice. I've been getting it for almost 40 years now. Oh, about 41 years. Been doing this for, chicken and broccoli and brown rice. Been always, doing that. But anyway, I have a neighbor right next door to me. I live in an apartment building. It's a great apartment building. One of the first people in this, not the first, but one of the early residents. When the building was still being built, I moved in it, okay? I'm the first tenant in this unit, okay? Excuse me. And I had a neighbor. He had left. And I met my new neighbor. I only saw him that one time. Well, let me tell you. I was just coming in, it was in the morning, maybe around 9 or 10 o'clock in the morning. I had just come back with my dogs. Many of you know I have a stroller, and I walk my dogs and I come back home. Well, when I was coming in, I saw a young man. He was about to enter the elevator, but he forgot something. So he ran back to his unit, and then I'm pushing the stroller with my dogs in it. And I go around the corner and I'm heading to my unit, and then he comes out of he's about to close his door, and I'm about to enter my door, and I see him for the first time. So I said hello, or I said either hello, good morning, good afternoon, whatever what I said. I give him a greeting, just to be polite. It's the first time I've ever seen him. He looks like a Chinese person, and as I was about to enter my door, I was about to push open my door, then he walks up to me. And he's saying something, but he has an extremely heavy accent. And I said, I don't understand what you're saying. He has to repeat it 3 times. And then when he said it the 3rd or 4th time, I said, oh, what he asked me, and I made mention of this. He says, do you pay the market value, or you get a government discount? Okay, I repeat. He says, are you paying the market value for your apartment, or are you getting a government subsidy? I said, excuse me? I said, I don't come up to you and ask you about your finance, so why should you ask me? And he says, oh, excuse me, and walks away. Wow. See what's happening, like when they're going into Africa, see, they're getting cocky. I never saw that man in my life. Here, I said good morning, or good afternoon, good morning, or, hello. Don't you say hello back? But he's going to come and ask me about money. What he's really asking is about status. And according to my status, how he's going to treat me. What is it his damn business why I'm there or not there? I've been here for 19 years, and he just arrived. He just arrived in that unit. I'm here for 19 years. This happened around December of last year, December 20, just before my birthday. just before my birthday. It was December, early December. And he's asking me, a person he's never met, and what is it to him about my money? Because he wants to know how he wants to treat you, whether he's going to treat you like a slave or one of him. Wow. Isn't that the same people? Isn't that the same as him, an Asian man, going to Africa and want to know, are you a merchant or are you a servant? How tacky. I'm amazed. No, that's not. I overall do very well with people from East Asia. Very rarely any negative for the past 40 years. 3 incidences that were problematic for me. 3 incidences. But in school, when I was in high school, in junior, no problem. They were very nice people. They were my friends. These were very good people. But see, now, as an adult, and when people want to form businesses, people change. People want to know, some people want to know, what is your status? Are you of the elite or are you a peasant? And then they're going to treat you a certain way. I mind my business here. I don't get in people's affairs. But they're getting cocky. They're new. He didn't even give me his name. But he's just going to come up right up in my face. Are you subsidized or are you paying the market value? Shame on you. Let me tell you what, then right after that, I start getting bitten by bugs. This is very important. I've been in this building now for 19 years. 19 years. I'm 59 years old. And for the first time, I started to get bitten in my unit. I share this. People, I share this. I share it because I want to protect you. I'm not one of those women out there that try to put a false veneer on themselves. I'm a real woman. And I want to spare you any hardship. And I share this so you can protect yourself and protect your friends, your family. After the incident with that, I think he's Chinese, and he sounded like a newcomer here. His accent was extremely heavy. That's why he had to repeat it 3 or 4 times. And then I got what he said. But yeah, I started to get bitten at night. Like I wake up in the morning and then I got these little red dots. I was being bitten. I do the same thing every day. I go to the same places. I don't have people coming in here. And I start getting bitten. And then it happened again about 2 weeks ago. Where did this come from? It could be just a coincidence. It could be a coincidence, or it could be that they're trying to get me out. It could be that they're trying to get me out of my apartment because I'm not good enough for these people. Either I'm a merchant class or I'm the peasant class in their eyes. Even though I've been here for 19 years and this kid just comes over, he's probably just arrived in the U.S. and got in the unit there. This building is higher. This building is bringing in people from these countries. And again, it's not to show a biasness. That's not what it's about. But what it looks like, based on this guy, either some of them are students. I've talked to some people in the area. I joined a club initially, and in the area, he said he was a new graduate. Yeah, this area, all these graduates. How come when they go to school, they get the jobs? They start companies, and the U.S. brings them into the country. You go downtown in the village, they have a college there. Sometimes that's all you see downtown, are people from certain countries. But you don't see people like myself. You don't see Black Americans in these schools. Once in a blue moon, you may see a Black person. Maybe a Black female. They don't want Black men. They don't want Black men in the colleges. But you're usually by yourself or you're hanging out with these people. They're not going to hire you. The companies want to hire them. These large American corporations want to hire them, but they're not hiring Black people. They're hiring, so for some reason, getting a college degree from these Ivy League schools in New York City, if you're a member of certain nationalities, they're hiring them. They also start their businesses as well. But they don't hire you. They don't hire American Blacks. They will not hire any American Black, a Black American male. They're not hiring them. You see them on the street in my neighborhood doing drugs. It wasn't like this when I first moved in here. It was not like that. It wasn't evident. It wasn't like this. But it became progressive. And with this pandemic, it really escalated. But who's not being affected are the newcomers into New York City from these regions. And they're getting cocky and questioning, are you good enough to live here? And when I question back, excuse me, do I come up to you and ask you about your finances? Isn't that a logical retort? Who is he to go and ask me about my business? You don't even give your name. Hello, how are you? Nothing. I've never experienced anything like this. So why am I experiencing it now? I'm experiencing it now because life is changing for all of us. And that these newcomers know that you don't belong there. That's what he's telling you. We're the new kid on the block, and we're going to kick you out of your country and kick you out of the building. Now all of a sudden I get bitten. Bitten. Have any of you ever got bitten? You wake up, you got these bite marks on your belly, your thigh. I've never had this before. Someone wrote a message. I'm 59 years old, and I've never had this before. Never. I've been in this building for 19 years, and never happened like this. So when I see the Asian guy, he asked me the question. And so I said, excuse me? Let me see. Step with life. Oh, okay, okay. Good evening, you just came to mind. Glad to be part of your life. Oh, okay, yeah. I haven't seen you in a while. Yeah, welcome. And yes, hi CDL. I hope you're still there too. And Carter, yes, hi Carter. Yes. Yeah. Put that away. Yeah. I'm sharing this information with you because something is happening. Something happened to me. I've never had this problem. Yes, it's embarrassing. But shame on the person if someone did this on purpose to me to try to force me out of this building. This is a high-rise luxury building. I've never had any real problem here for the past 19 years. I meet someone who asked me a personal question, and it's from most likely China, and days later, from that week after seeing him, I was getting bitten. And I felt, I think even then, it had to do with that person. Could you imagine? Is this a tactic? Please, people, find out. Start asking other people where you live. If you know if people live in certain buildings and do they want to try to force you out? Are they putting critters in your apartment to bite you at night? Harass you? Is it just a coincidence? What do you think, people? Is this a coincidence? You have the same habits. You go the same places. You have the same routine. And then boom. Why now? You know, the people who are moving in are people from that same country or same region of the world. There are more of them than me. There are more than them than me in this building. You have a few black women, no men. One of them is with a boyfriend. Not that many. Black men, not that. And this is our country. What's happened in Africa? Africans are in danger. They already shared that they won't do you here. You're a black person in Africa, you get a new person, and then they're going to say, oh, you can't come to my store. We don't do your type of hair. And the government is not protecting them. The government is being bought out. Canada got bought out because they're forming that new world order thing. The changing of the guards, and the changing of the guard does not include black people to benefit by. It is not an accident that who you see who are going to college, who it does benefit, it's not black people. So I don't want to say people of color, because there's a ton of people of color in college. Chinese people are people of color. People from India are people of color. People from Bangladesh. People from Korea. These are all people of color, but they're not my color. Color is a code. When I see people of color, it's a code. Do you belong to a particular code? You have people who have honorary white status. They could be darker than me, but they have a different code, color code. They have a different code. I was fooled in thinking that it was color. No, it's a code. What code are you under? The Chinese guy, the neighbor, wants to know what code I have, so to speak. Don't think that every person of color is your friend. And that's what they're teaching black people here in America, and they're foolish. It has nothing to do with color, because the life is a whole spectrum of color. It has nothing to do with color. Those people from India, you see the cops racially profiling them? They're darker than me. Do you see Indians, Pakistanis, Bangladesh people, are they being pulled over by the cops? No. So it's not their color. It's the code. It is a code. Do I speak the truth? Am I speaking the truth? Do you see Indian people being beaten up? Do you see them being hung? Do you see the cops going into their house and asking them to raise their hands, right? Only black people in America, we're the only ones that do crime? Are we the only groups that ever done crime? Yeah, she's saying I'm on point. Yeah, In Step with Life says I'm on point. You are on point, yeah. Do you see them? They're driving. They say they're driving a car. Yeah, many people from these countries in South Asia are way darker than me. Do they get pulled over in their car? They've money for a car. They can get into Ivy League schools. So it's not a color that's holding you back. They are being recruited into the United States. They're being recruited. That's why they're coming here. They're being recruited. And they send the best over here who have the wisdom to be able to do the work in these Ivy League schools. They're recruiting them here to America, and they're being specially assigned, I think I'm speculating, to be groomed to run the show here in America. North America is going to be taken over by people of Asian ancestry. And no, this is not a thing about hating any group. I'm just sharing with you trend and what I perceive what's going to happen. You don't see as many white people here in New York City. You don't really not when I was a young girl, a teenager just starting out, there's a whole slew of white people. A whole slew of white people on the train. You don't see them on the train anymore. Take the train in New York City, and the only thing you see are Asian and Hispanic people and blacks. You hardly see any white people on the train. Where did they go? I don't know where they went. They're not on the train. So the businesses, there's tons. They're building a lot of all over New York City. It's a lot of businesses, what do you call it? Big business, building. When I say businesses, I meant to say buildings. Tall skyscrapers. So they are preparing for the next phase. They are preparing for the next phase. So it's going to require two things. They're going to do a destruction. They're going to do like for the past 2 years with the pandemic, many businesses fell out. I think 1/3 of the businesses might have fallen out, or maybe even higher in some neighborhoods. They failed. but then you get a new ones coming in. So it's like a, pulling down and then the building up, pulling down and building up. This is all being planned. This is part, as the super soldier said, social engineering. And they are socially engineering New York City. They're going to have a new system. But they do the big cities like New York City. New York City is a very big city. Asian people, in my interpretation, what I see, that they are going to be the new influencers of New York City. But who's going to be their servants are Hispanics. They're going to be the grudge work, but the black people, they're going to, I feel, try to get rid of you. And they're trying to get rid of us through the, racial profiling. And they even use black people to racially profile other black people. When I get racial, I just recently started to get racially profiled or something. I'm in my 50s. So they started profiling me in my 50s. I didn't get that when I was younger. When I was a teen, I wasn't treated well, but I wasn't being followed and other things. I'm being mistreated by black people in the stores. They're using you to hate your own. That they can destroy you faster. Start teaching your children to help one another. You have to start teaching them that. You have to start teaching your children to work together. At least in your household, work together. Because they're going to divide and conquer against you. And they're going to get so cocky, these other groups. And they're going to ask you, are you being subsidized? Or are you paying the rent? None of your damn business. Yeah, so the guy Pearson, Crenshaw Pearson, the black YouTuber, the guy with the bald head, he's saying, be careful. He believes in June, things are going to start happening again. They're going to try to do another trigger against you. They want to do another trigger to get you wild up. And they're going to come into your neighborhoods and do something against you. They're going to get the police, like what I told you what happened last year. What did the police officer do to me? Yet I'm the one that brought the police because I was attacked by this white woman. He let her go, basically. So we're just going to send her to the hospital. And she wound up 4 days later in my neighborhood, across the street from me. Right across the street from me, 4 days later. When did they let her go? It was just by chance on the 4th day, she's right there. When did they actually let her go from the hospital? They're protecting them. It didn't matter that I was I'm a veteran. And so I respect the uniform. But I don't respect evil. I don't respect evil when someone abuses their uniform. So they want to try to set you up, people, black people, set you up so that you will destroy your property, you would destroy your livelihood. There's big rats out there. I saw a giant rat today. There are rats in this, big rats. They're big. And they're going to remove what you have. And you don't even own what you have. but you're so busy putting on those Asian wigs on your head. Boycott those weaves. Boycott them. Don't make them rich. Don't wear it. I feel it's a setup. We're feeding the demon. We are feeding, am I speaking truth, people? Am I just speaking out of my head? You buy their products. You go to get your nails done. And then they got the nerve when they go into Africa and say, I don't do your hair. Don't use their, don't buy from them. Don't buy from them. Do they hire you? Do they hire you in those shops? Are they, start demand, hey, how come there are no black people in this shop? This is a black community, but you don't hire us. Bingo. Bingo. Bingo, baby. Are they hiring you? Now you go where you want to go. You go where you want to go. But I'm just saying, do they hire people like you in their nail salons? In their restaurants where you get your food? Are there any black people in there? Do they want to live next to you? Do you know in Chinatown, you can't move. They, like every community that we have what they call the projects. In Chinatown, if you're not Chinese, you can't get in their buildings. It's ethnic Pacific. They have Jewish ones too. You can't get in there. They separate them. So all the blacks and Hispanics go into one, the real, Chinatown, just Chinese. And then they have certain areas for Jews, just Jews. But when you get your stuff, when you get your hair done and your nails done, ask them, how come you don't have, do you have any black people that work here? See, they're getting cocky and getting rich off of you. So you can go in those stupid videos, right? You get those fancy girls wearing the hair weaves and the nails. You don't even know how to do it. How come you're making money for them? People. You are making the demon strong. You're feeding it and making it grow, and then you're going to complain about them. And they talk about it in the video with the black woman. You're going to complain that they come into your neighborhood and getting rich. Well, you brought them in. You brought them in. You invited them in. See, we're actually friendly at heart. We are a friendly race. We actually are. But they're doing warfare on us. They are doing warfare upon us. The native people on the planet. Black people are indigenous to the planet. But just start looking at the different groups out there. I am not trying to excite violence in any form, but I'm just sharing for awareness. Look at the different people. Okay, the African are indigenous on this planet, but the European, and look at the Chinese person. Okay, they're both pale skin. But if you look at, you compare a Chinese person and some Africans, they actually look alike. It's just one is real pale and one is darker, but they look very similar. If you really look at their face, a lot of Asian people, East Asian people and Southeast Asian people have that African face look, in my opinion. It's just they're paler and they have the straight hair. And that's about it, in my opinion. I think what happened on the planet, that the African race was infiltrated with a foreign group, with a foreign entity, and took some of those Africans and created the East Asian, like a Chinese person, that type. And then the other aspect formed what we call the European. Okay? So I think it did in steps. So you have the African, and then they mixed it and formed the Chinese looking type people, and then they mixed again and formed the European. Who do you see controlling the show on the planet? And then of course they got those other groups like the what they call Arab, and I think the term Arab, I'm gonna look it up. I was told the word Arab means about mixture. Let me find it. Let me find it here. Ouch. My neck. See my neck again. Let me look up the word Arab. I have my computer. Define Arab. Because it means something, the word Arab. Okay, what defines a person as an Arab? Let me see. Oh, I'm trying to find it. See, the one that says, let's see. Who are the original Arabs? Let me see what that is. Oh, okay. Oh, wow. Okay, I know it means something. I cannot find it. Okay, I cannot find it there, the definition. The word itself means something. Okay, they're not, okay, I have to get an ideology. If those of you who have an ideology, let me try that, the ideology. Ideology of the word Arab. Let's see. Arab national. I know I didn't ask the national. What did the term Arab mean? Arabs are people who speak Arabic and come from. No, that's not it. Okay, let's see. From Old French Arabic, from Latin Arabs, from Greek. Okay, they're showing different. Okay, perhaps literally inhabitants of the desert. Arab etymology, origin, meaning of the name Arab by. Let me try some of that. Let's see. Meaning homeless little wanderer child of this. What? Okay, let me see. Moorish or Arabic ornamental design. No. Okay, I can't find the definition of that. If any of you might know, I was told that the term Arab has to do with mixture. The Arab race is a mixture of different peoples. But you look at a lot of the people from the, let's see. Go look at, America will show you that. Let me see if I can find that. If you look at the people from Saudi Arabia, see, they want you to show you, they show you on TV, these lighter skinned people, you know, the so-called classic Arab look. You know, they got a lot of blacks there. See, you may not believe me. Let me see. Okay. Royal family of what? That was the first thing up. Wow. I didn't even put in the word Saudi Arabia, and it knew what I was thinking. It put it in for me. Wow. Let's see, there was something. If you look at the modern Arabs, let's say is Saudi, let me see if I can find pictures. I love pictures, don't you? Let me see, images. Let's see here. But they showed a picture once. It was a family of the sons. And they were all dark. They were dark complected. Saudi royal family presents Trump. Interesting. They know. I want to try that show. It's important. See, a lot of things are being hidden from us. But it's getting dark in this room. It's very dark in here now. I'm gonna go on YouTube with this one, because I thought maybe just go. Let me see. Blacks. Let me talk blacks of Saudi Arabia. Walking around my neighborhood in Saudi Arabia. Let's see. Saudi Arabia Part 10, blacks in Saudi in Mecca. No, that's I want to show you the actual family. Let's see. Don't stop that. Black Arabs by pale Arabs. Oh, interesting. That's some interesting stuff here. Listen, maybe type in Saudi Arabia family. Saudi Arabia family. Let's see here. Let's see. Yeah, this is interesting. House of Saudi. Let me see. Let's see. Okay, it's on. Let's see. This one. I'm just trying to find certain things here. Okay. Look at this fellow. I just found him just at random. Okay, he's a member of the Saudi Arabia family. Let me make it bigger. Okay. He has hair like us, right? Look at him. What do you think? You know who he looks like? You know the guy, he's a I think a physicist, something with the planets. That guy, oh, what's his name? Anybody know who I'm talking about? the black fellow who is in physics. He's a physicist. Let me see if I can. What does he look like? This is an Arab. This is a member of the Saudi family. See that? House of Saudi Arabia documentary. And this is one of the sons. One of the many sons. They don't show his mother. But see, in the Arab world, your status is who your daddy is. So these guys, they can take any woman in their religion. They can have 4 wives, and if you're the king, I'm sure he has a lot of what you call concubines. So he sets up their sons to rule different regions of the world. See, they work smart. Saudi Arabia, you may not have to like their politics and how they treat their women, but they take their children. That's a black man. What do you think? What do you think he is? He got hair like mine? Let's see what else. Okay, let me turn around. Yeah, I'm really trying to look for that video. I'm really trying to find that video that has really dark complected. Let me see here. It's amazing what they'll show you. Let me see. Let's try one more time. Oops. Let's see. Okay. Who is this person? Let me see something here. Who is this guy? I don't know who the most powerful black man in the Middle East. What's that? Okay, he keeps. Okay, who's that? Okay. You know, anybody ever seen him before? Who is this guy? Who's that? I think that might be his name. Abdallah bin Saeed al-Bishi. Okay. They have black people there ruling. But see, they base on who your dad is, not who your mother is. But yeah, that'd be interesting, and it's entitled "The Most Powerful Black Man in the Middle East." Let me see when it was uploaded. Yeah, I'll probably take a peek of this. Okay, this is an old one. This is uploaded January 28th, 2010. Okay, by this person uploaded it, Kona Silat. Yeah, I'll take a peek at that later on. So, the whole point is that you have people being programmed to think certain ways. And it's not your imagination that certain things are happening to you, you know. It's not. Oh, I wish I could remember. It's not your imagination that of to be able to do certain things. Some of us we try something and wonder, well, what's wrong? Why aren't I thriving? The reason why many of us aren't thriving is that we have people holding us back. That you're constantly being bombarded by things, by thoughts. Not every thought is yours. Not every thought that comes into your mind is yours. You have things that out there in the world that is designed, that tries to attach itself to you and make you think certain ways about yourself and others. We're all being affected. And again, this summer, it's predicted by some people that there is they're going to try to elicit certain responses within the Black community. Yeah. You're being, as the super soldier said, you're being separated and targeted for certain things. But if you become aware of that, then you could at least try to prepare and inform your children. See, they want your children to slip up. They want to find an excuse to put you in prison. Once you get into prison, you become a slave. And what they want to try to do here is to remove your presence here. They want to remove your presence. They have set up where who's going to be the main show here in the large cities. What it looks like here, what it looks like to me. The colleges are designed to help certain people to do specific things, but it's not meant for you to enjoy the fruit of your labor of going to a college and getting hired at a job. But see, not only are they hiring them, these people are also starting their own business. They're also starting your own business, and they're being encouraged to come here. And I'm sure there's a reason behind it. But they're going to boot you out. And they're booting you out of your own countries in Africa. Again, Africa is not a country, it's a continent. And they're booting them out. But they're not booting out the people in North Africa. They're booting out the indigenous people of what they call sub-Sahara Africa. And they're making you feel like an alien in your own land. You need to wake up and protect your family, and do not buy from these people. If you don't buy from them, they have to go somewhere else. You may have to tell them, you're not welcome here, but you're being sold out by your leaders. Your leaders are like prostitutes. They do anything for money. And so they go get the money, then they go to Europe. They get a girlfriend from there, right? And they look like a damn fool, right? And they're not liked in Europe either. Or they're only liked for the money. No one can't really respect you when you treat your own people like that. They'll take your money. I work when I told you earlier that I was in the beauty field. I was studying cosmetology, and on the side, I was working in the business to see if I would like it. That's how I work. When I majored in school, then I try to get a job in it at the same time to just get a feel of what it's going to be like. And so when I finish, I already have the job. That's just how I work. And they had this white dude, and he said, and he's saying it right in front of me. He says, I don't like doing black people because they try to show off with their money and they give us big tips. He doesn't like black people because they give him big tips. You know how many people want that tip? So it didn't matter. these gay white guys that work in the beauty salon, okay, they're not your friend. The alphabet soup people are not your friend, black people. I had to work with them when I was in the beauty industry. They're not your friend. And he had the nerve to say that, right, they didn't care. So they don't want your money. They don't like that you have the money. They don't want to be reminded that a black person can have money. And you think that, oh, when you get better service, they don't like you. And they give you, and they don't want that, they don't like that you're giving them the money, and they curse you behind your back when you leave, and complain about you because you gave him a big tip. Yeah, see, I see all this. It's like a full circle, right? All these different industries, but in the end, they don't want us. In the end, you know, they don't want to do you here. They don't want to do you. They don't want any contact with you. They don't want your money at times because it's reminded them that they may not have. A lot of white people don't have. The gay white guys here in the beauty field. You're not wealthy when you're in that field. But some men like to, for whatever reason, the gay whites back in those days were dominant in the cosmetology field, and they're also dominant with what do you call it, the fashion. They don't like women either, yet they're designing women's clothing. People, why do you want to wear something from someone, ladies, why wear clothes from a designer that don't like women? Get clothes from someone who likes being a woman, or a man that loves women. You know what I'm saying? Don't buy from people that innately don't like you. They want to imitate you and then dominate you. And that's what's happening here. They want to dominate women also. They want to dominate women. Dominate women's sports now. You have men who want to they want to compete with other women. Like that swimmer, he's a man. So then he gets into all the schools. It's because they hate women. And they want to dominate to boot you out. So they want to get black people and women. And again, as I said, black people are the indigenous race of this planet. And they're using different groups that were bred, or I should say mixed with. They took the African, blended it, and formed the Asian guy, like Chinese. And then they blended it again and formed the European. Did you know if you ask a European scientist, they don't really want to tell you where white people came from? They all know where black people came from. But they're hiding the fact. And even in their own words, in their own science, they contradict themselves. So they're new, and these people are being used to control the indigenous people of the planet. And they do it through, in part, with their religion. The Abrahamic religions, the three major ones: Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. Again, if you follow any of those religions, that is your business. If it serves you, you serve it. But I'm just letting you know that those Bibles, those scriptures, or I should say religious, the institution, it's the institution that is programming people to behave a certain way. They in particular are entering Africa and to program them to believe that Jesus is a white person, white guy. So if you think Jesus is white, so when those white people come into Africa, they think that they're God. They're not. That's how they're able to just go into Africa and get so cocky. Because one of the videos of Africa, about Africa, they were interviewing a young black girl, and she was asked, have you ever received racism in your home country? She says, not personally that I know of, but perhaps if you go to the, those safaris, and that the white people go there, you'll probably get racism there. Could you believe that? Could you believe that? It's your country, your animals. And these whites come into Africa to enjoy what they enjoy there, and they'll call you a name. When I used to live in the West Indies, there was a white guy, and he called this Haitian guy there the N-word. I had to go to court. And when you go to court, you might hear, when you have to sit in the back, you'll hear, your case is not the only case that's being heard. So I was hearing this other guy's case. It was a white guy, he did something, and in the process, called this Haitian guy the N-word. They're that cocky in the West Indies because they know that a lot of West Indian people like to kiss the white people's behind. And they're getting away with it too. They're getting away with it. They know that, because you have those Abrahamic faiths where they say that black people are a curse. Well, I thought with Adam and Eve that they were all cursed, and if we're all branches of Adam and Eve, don't we all have what they call original sin? And sin is a curse, isn't it? So why just separate one particular group and say, well, case be Canaan? Well, anybody could make a mistake. Anybody could put a curse on somebody. See, those books is not your friend. The book is not your friend. And they're warping. It's not even by God. It's not the creator. The creator is one thing, but the people behind that book are those aliens. E.T., as I said, the super soldiers, the guy said that they're African. Their plan is to relocate black Americans back to Africa, and those that they don't kill off to sell to the extraterrestrials / ET races that are there, and have them being shipped out off planet. You got to watch that video. You gotta watch that guy's video with the super soldier. Again, I'm gonna show you again. You gotta watch it. Okay. You gotta watch this one. That's one of them. Project Camelot interviews Michael Prince and Matt Spears. The guy that you see there, his name is Matt Spears. Super Soldiers. Okay, that's the date, 1913. So that's May 19th, 2013. Okay, gotta watch it. It's it's 1 hour and 21 minutes and 38 seconds. Watch that again. You gotta watch it. You have to watch it. He said, it's towards the end of the video. It's very telling. He was correct. This is an old interview. And he's correct about what he mentioned so far regarding the race wars that are being socially engineered. Socially engineered means that it's by design. It is by design. And if his conclusion is correct, that they be sold to what they call the extraterrestrials. And they are the ones that are behind what's happening. And I told you, I had that dream not dream, the vision thing that I had. I don't do drugs. I don't drink alcohol. But I do the meditation. I told you all this before. I do meditation sometimes early morning. And during a morning meditation, I saw what David and I talked about with the those reptilian looking people. He was wearing a red robe with a hood on. And he was so big that he filled out the whole space and the whole the thing on the head, the hood, real tight because it's really big. He had a face like an alligator or crocodile, you know, that long mouth. I saw it. And it's with 4 other men, regular Caucasian looking guys. They were wearing a different color robe, like a dark robe. But the thing that looked like the alligator, he was wearing red. So I presume that he was the leader of the group. And as you saw in the movie, for those who've seen that movie, Eyes Wide Shut, during the rituals, I'll show you. I like pictures anyway. Then put in there Eyes Wide Shut. Okay. Yeah, okay, I see it there. Yeah, thank God I put on mute. Okay. I love pictures. Okay, you notice here, this is from the movie, a clip from the movie Eyes Wide Shut. What are they wearing? Okay, they're wearing robes. See that? He's wearing a red one. See that? The robe didn't look exactly like that. It didn't have, it was just straight down. It didn't flare out like this. It was straight down with a hood. You see that? And the others are wearing black or a dark color. See, this is color coded. What you notice here, what do you just notice here? They're wearing black. See, that's a code sign. That's a code. He's wearing red. That's supremacy. That's rulership. Okay? The red rules. And the blacks, you know, they're on their knees. See that? Color code. Color code. See that? But I saw they were in a large room. I mean, when I saw is someone wearing a robe, and they were in a like they looked like they were looking into a room. It was a broad entryway, very broad entryway, and they were standing shoulder to shoulder. It was approximately 6 of them, 2 on the left, and then there was a space like a 1 foot space in between, and then the 4 other guys. But there only one was wearing red. As you see here, the red one is the one in control. Okay? Do you understand what I'm saying? Okay? You see what I'm saying? Sorry. You see what I'm saying? This is of the occult. These are the people who kind of run the show. And what I saw was this being. and he was wearing a robe. And I believe that they are doing rituals. They probably, some may be given instructions how to do things. And they could be setting up events for its business. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Something's happening. But they have an antithesis against you. The black race. And then you have some blacks here who are sellouts. Some of us are sellouts. The leaders in these countries, I don't know whether they got compromised, whether they're compromised by other people and they don't want to get caught, and so they just like puppets now. Let's stop it. The power is in our own hands. The power is in our own hands. Only thing in my opinion, do your own hair. We used to do our own hair. Remember that? Your mothers or your aunties would do your hair. Do your own hair from now on. See, we want to try to act fancy like white people, right? That's where it comes from. White people go to the hair salon. You know, black people used to have to do white people's hair. Black people used to have to do rich white people's hair. We know how to do them, but they don't do you. Let's stop it now. Let's stop it. If you have to do their hair, they should learn how to do yours. And if they don't want to do your hair, don't do theirs. Do your own hair from now on. Do your own hair from now on. Learn your body. Learn your body. Do you. Do your own hair. Don't use those weaves. Don't make those people rich off of your money. And then they turn around and say, I don't like these people. And they go into Africa now and they say, they're not allowed in our neighborhood. Did you know that that's what the lady was saying? That we're not allowed in their neighborhoods in Africa. And that they refuse to do your hair when you go into their barber shops or whatever. We don't do black people. In Africa, people, you can stop it by stop patronizing their businesses. Cook your own food from now on. They don't hire any black people in there cooking that food. You cook your own chicken and broccoli maybe, or your fried chicken. There are no black stores here, not one. There are no black American restaurants here in this neighborhood. You heard of one called Sylvia's, all the way up in Harlem, but none down here. See, they allowed her in business because she's a black woman. They don't black men here. They don't want black men to have businesses here. You may find some West Indians having some restaurants somewhere in the other boroughs. But here in Manhattan, or you have Dominican places, but they already have the Dominicans brainwashed to think that they're white people. You got brown people there from the Dominican Republic, and some of them say that they're white. They could be my color. And the ones that are really dark, they say that they're Indian. They don't like themselves. They're self-haters so much. They're really nice people. They're good people. But when they come here to America, they're so stressed about racism. For them to cope, they say there's something else. And you know, they don't hire American blacks. They don't hire black people here. They don't. Yet a lot of black guys love their women, but they don't reciprocate. And we're losing money and power within us. Start investing in yourself. Invest in yourself. Get to know your own body. What looks good on your body. Your hair. Get familiar with your own hair. Stop putting those artificial chemicals, those pee. How can your hair breathe? It's a setup. Even in Africa, they wear hair weaves. Stop it. Embrace the you. Embrace your body. It is your planet. You are the indigenous race here on this planet, and you let all these sellouts to try to humiliate you, call the cops on you, and all this other stuff. They're trying to set you up, and they're coming after your children, and they're encouraging black men to be reactive. Start teaching your children to stay calm, to mind their own affairs, and to be aware of their surroundings and the people they associate with. Know who your kids are hanging out with. Keep them at home in the summer. It's going to be a hot summer. Keep them at home. Give them books to read. Give them reports to do at home. Hey, you're going to study, because since now everybody got the computer. Hey, have them study history. Maybe they can learn foreign languages. Maybe they can take a business course, learn about something. Keep them off the streets. They're going to set them up and trying to encourage them to burn down their community. You notice those fancy white neighborhoods, they're not touched? You notice in the riots, none of the Asian neighborhoods were destroyed? None of them. But a black neighborhood, somehow, they're the ones that always get affected by these riots. They're encouraging you to destroy your own neighborhood. Don't fall for it. You go to church, many of you. Start organizing in church. Start organizing in church to keep those kids at home, to protect them. And if you can't afford the air conditioner, they're trying to set you up. Maybe go to a park. Go to a park and teach your kids to be orderly. So when I go outside, you see all these young black kids. When you do see black kids, they're real loud and they're screaming all the time. Tell them stop doing that, because you're triggering fear and you're going to get the bullet, not these white people or Asians. Stop that. It's about your life and your safety. And if you do need to leave on your terms and live where you live. But know that in Africa, they're playing the same card there. They're playing the same card there. Treating that the young black kids there in Africa feel like aliens in their own land. What I could say with a native-born African, the only thing I could say for you guys, start embracing your native tongue and start teaching the children how to live off of nature. How to live off of nature. How to live on the land. How to build a house out of twigs. What herbs to take. How to store water. Things like that. Get back to your roots. Africans are being taught to be disconnected to the land. And that's what they're feeling. Because you're trying to look like a European nation but it's not benefiting you. It's not benefiting you. You're becoming disconnected from who you are. These urban societies is not indigenous to the planet, and you are suffering. The food gets contaminated, what they call GMO, the food colorings, the hydrogenated oils that are in the food. Did you know in Africa they have all this fast food restaurants? So they want you to have cholesterol, bad arteries and heart attack. They want you to be sickly. And then your medicine. Start teaching your children the ancient ways of medicine, true medicine. Get rid of those fast food restaurants out there that's killing the African, and start eating what's indigenous to your body. Learn your medicine and start getting reconnected to your precious land. That land is yours. And now they're trying to take it away from you. Cut it out. And start fighting for what's yours, people. Fight for your land. And stop trying to look like them and act like them. They're fake ass people. They're fake. And you think that they're going to like you more by looking and acting like them. That's what I thought. That's what I thought. I was wrong. I was wrong. But you still have a chance. You can do it. Throw out those people who are against you, who are hurting your land, hurting your animals. They should be paying you to live there. Not the reverse. It's your land. It's yours. Why don't they just go back to where they come from? Why don't they go back to where they come from? Start asking yourself that. They don't respect you because you don't respect yourself, and you don't respect your women. And you're allowing your women to be violated by these creatures. They're violating you and shaming your women. When they can do that, that's when they got you. And that's when you start to desiring their witches. Yeah, those women are using you too. They're pacifying you and making you think because you married one of those people from other places that you're being accepted. No, you're being used as a puppet, and they're finding out your secrets and telling the people from their groups that they come from. And in the Bible they have something like that. Remember Samson and Delilah? Delilah was a plant, and Delilah was to find out the power, what was behind his power, Samson's power. And he dies in the end because of that woman. Well, don't you think that they're doing the same thing in your community, in your country? They bring in a Delilah in your neighborhood to find out your secrets, and then go back to your enemy and squeal on you to destroy you. That is what's happening, okay? That is what's happening to us everywhere, and in the United States. I went to an event that had black people, and you know who was on that guy's lap? This European-looking woman on his lap. There was no black. How did they get access to those black people? How did she get inside the community? They are spying on you here, and they think that they make you think that they are into you. No, they're into information. They are into information to find out what you know and what your plans are, and then they tell the authorities or whatever organization they're part of to destroy your community. That's what they're there for. They're not into you. They do the same thing in Africa. They're not into you in Africa. They're into information and into how to get rid of you. Know the schemes and tell them, I'm not interested. It's okay to say no. And warn your community. Yes, how you doing? Hey, Can. Yeah. How you doing? Yeah. Know what time it is. Know what time it is. Learn yourself. Learn about your body. Respect your body. Learn how to do your own hair. Start doing your own hair. Clean your own hair. Groom your own. Do you. And stop doing those nail things. You don't think those chemicals in that thing is going to go through and do something to your head? Because you want to look like those rich white women. They're fake. It's not good for your nails. It's not healthy. Excuse me. It's not healthy. It's not healthy. Those things on the nail, it's not healthy. You think you miss, and you don't know how to do your own laundry, do your own laundry. And you'll save more money. You'll save money. Rather than doing all that money on your hair, you could save up that money and go to these places in Africa, find out what's happening. Buy land. Buy land. You know how much money that you're buying for your nails and your hair? You are making them rich. And then they say you can't move in our neighborhoods. And that's happening in Africa. If that doesn't get you angry, what will? What will? To look like those witches. Be natural. I've been natural most of my life. Yeah, it looks plain, whatever, but it's all my hair. I don't have no bald spots. It's all mine. It's all mine. I could fix it if I feel like it, but I don't like hair in my face. I've always hated hair in my face. I don't like it. Because we want to look at those people in those videos. But they're fake. And it's a program to brainwash you. They want to brainwash you. Okay, I'm natural and I'm happy about it too. Good for you, Cam. That's right, good for you. That's right. Yeah. You'll save so much money. And if you stop using their products and stop getting your nails done, they'll close down and move somewhere else. Let them move out in their own neighborhood. Let them go in there. Make this a personal thing for your community. I mean, if you wanted it, then you want it there. But if you don't want to feed the dragon, don't do business with them unless they do business with you. It goes both ways. They want you to become a slave to them. They get into the universities, they are hired, and then they're also being trained to have their own business. They're doing two things. They're getting educated and they're also forming their own businesses and networks, and they're leaving their countries to take over here and to take over Africa. Canada already sold its people out, and America is right behind. America, Biden, our current administration in the U.S. it sold itself to China. It sold itself out to China, and that's what the president before the current administration, the prior administration, tried to expose it. And they used the race card against him. That's what that was all about. Their trickery. And we fell for it again. And who did they use to try to topple him? But Black America. Black America. Who benefited? We didn't benefit. It's because we don't have the businesses. It doesn't make a difference with us because we don't own anything here, mostly. And you have people, you know who I'm on? I don't want to say his name, but I met someone. And the person is, they introduced me to this section in the park. I bumped into him today, twice. And he's a black fellow, but he is the alphabet soup. You know, he made mention, you know, but it's sad. People like myself. I'm a relatively healthy woman. I don't have any diseases. I'm college graduate. I pay my own bills. I have my own place, and no guy. And the black men who are straight are not encouraged to go out with black women in America. They're being groomed to like other. Let me just say it that way. And these aren't attractive women, necessary. They're just a member of another group. And so even when you're good material, I had all the packaging, but they refused. But they rejected me because they're not used to their own. Because they shamed us. They shamed us to not like ourselves. And so when a black fellow does, who's straight, who maybe starting a business, he doesn't hire black people. He'll hire other people. In Hawaii, I lived in Hawaii, and the person in charge was a black man in that restaurant. It was a hotel restaurant, and you know when he hired me, you had interesting. He was a Japanese man, and he was telling people that was my husband. I what? I said, oh well, I guess I thought because he was the black like you that he had to be your husband. I said no. He apologized profusely for his ignorance. He did. But they gave him a hard time. And they said that I shouldn't be working there. Yeah, he did let me go. Because of peer pressure. And he was the top person in that field, in that company. I mean, for the job. He was the executive chef. He's the one that hired me. I didn't know of him. I just went to a place to look for work, and he just so happened to be the person in charge. But they put pressure on him, and he felt he had to listen. But you have all these other people from other countries and ethnicities. They can be hired and they can make mistakes, and no one does a damn thing against them. But soon when a black person hires another black person, they attack them. That's also what's happening. And I'm sure it's happened in Africa too. Yeah. Start sticking up for your own. Start sticking up for your own and say enough is enough. Start hiring your own. Start. Because see, they're not your friend either. You think because you're hiring all these other people, not your own group. See, they're laughing behind your back because they know why you're doing what you're doing. And why you're doing what you're doing is because you want them to like you. They don't like you, and I already told you, the guy, the hairdresser who doesn't like black men, black people, because they give big tips of money. He doesn't respect your money either. Don't respect them anymore. Don't, I'm not saying to do anything bad. Don't do anything bad to people. Being bad is bad. But using wisdom and being careful where you spend your money is a good thing. Just know what they're doing. See, if you don't know, I went into industries where many of us don't go in. When I first started out, I worked in places, I was the only black person. And I saw a lot. I didn't understand it. They don't teach you this in high school. I had a false sense of comfort around whites and Asians and Hispanics because we were all friends. But all that ends when you go into business, when you get a job, and when you go into school and you're competing for grades and going into the workforce. They kick you out. They harass you. They get stressed. And some of the people that get bad hearts, they get sick, and some people might die. They can't take the pressure. So I'm just saying, look, they're going to try to set us up against us this summer, according to some people on YouTube. But I'm just saying, be prepared that they're going to try to do that. Have your children stay at home. Teach them that's what's happening, that they're trying to set you up to trigger you to do damage. Stay at home. Tell them to educate themselves. Learn how to do their own hair. Stop putting those hair weaves on. Stop putting those fake nails on. These are my nails. See that? That's mine. That's all mine. See, I am a natural woman. I am a natural woman. I am a natural woman. They don't want you to be natural anymore. It's okay to be natural. It's okay to dress yourself up, but be natural about it. They want you dependent on the system. They want you to be disconnected with your body. And having you look like something that you're not. How could they respect you? Look like yourself. Look like yourself. And so you save more money. Stop trying to go against the grain. Go with the grain. Go with the grain. I had no idea Africa was like this. I had no idea. I want to visit Africa, actually. I'm not sure if I'm going to do it. I want to do it because I feel like I don't want to stay here anymore. It's not safe for me here, I feel. And I really want to find something that I could thrive in. I'm not thriving here. I have a good deal here. I mean, I have basically things are stable, but I see a lot of change happening, and I don't like it. So I want to see what else is out there. I may discover, hey, I should stay right here, or maybe to go elsewhere. But I want to make the choice. And I want you to make your own choices, what's best for you and your family. I'm just letting you know that there's a lot of deception out there. There's a lot of deception, and to make you don't like yourself, but there are things working behind the scenes, like the dragon thing, like the guys that I show you wearing the red hood and robe and the black robes. They're there, and I saw it in a vision that I told you about. I saw it. Those things exist, and they're working behind the scene. And they may take in some of us, according to that super soldier, taking some of the people in Africa and selling them off planet. Look at that video. Yeah, I've been on long enough, boy. Yeah, I've been on long enough, a long time. But I hope that you enjoyed this video. Yeah, download it if you can. Download this video because I see here on my thing it says that they may block it. Yeah, it's still, that message is still on my video. I'm sorry about that. Yeah. I don't have anything else to say. I think I said everything I needed to say. Look at my notes here. Yeah, save the money. The guy, the black fellow with the bald head, he was saying, store up things because they might try to, do something in June, start something up. And he's saying, look, store up things in your home. So get water. Get bottled water because if the electricity goes out, and a lot of things are, if the electricity out, it doesn't pump the water up, so you can't get water. So maybe buy bottled water. Now it's getting hotter. It's starting to get hotter in New York City. You're gonna need to stay hydrated. Stay hydrated. Drink plenty of water, so you don't get faint or whatever. Things like that. Non-perishable stuff. Get that. Okay. Yeah. Tell your children to stay at home. Tell your children how to behave in public so the cops don't try to arrest them, okay? You have to inform your children what to do in public and know what type of people they hang out with. Your children could be one way at home, and then outside they could be something completely different. Yeah. So that's all that I have to say, people. I hope you enjoyed this live stream. I think it's very important, and letting you know that America is not the only place that's being affected. The so-called motherland is also being affected, and it's not looking good for us in some places in Africa. We didn't educate our children about the schemes of the enemy. They don't know who their enemy is because they've been colonialized. We were colonialized in our thinking and taught the African, you're just there to serve us. And we can make you into an intelligent servant or slave. You go through, pay the college, but don't teach you how to, how to be business. How to run, how to start your own business. All those other foreigners are running the business, and then you're running behind, please hire me. And then when you do get fancy, then you don't marry your own, and you send all your kids to Europe or the U.S. for school. Yeah. So that's all I got to say, people. I enjoyed this video, doing this video. I hope you enjoyed it. Look at those videos that I referred you to and see what you get out of it. Each one teach one, right? Each one teach one. Love yourself. Love your family. Okay? Love the person you see in the mirror. Bye-bye.